must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that you think you think
But it's clear that it must begin.
Alrighty, folks, I hope everybody is having a great weekend so far today. We're going to get started here in about 45 seconds. I will see you all soon.
what you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hey, Mattel, good to see ya. For all of my friends here in the United States, happy daylight savings time, everybody. We have ended daylight savings time and we have fallen back, as it were, by 1 hour. So for anybody not in the United States, that might have been, it's always a little bit rough when the switchover happens. Not everybody's aware of daylight savings time or when exactly it happens. So hope that wasn't too much trouble for anybody out there. Hey, Subtleties, welcome. Hey, Mashiko. How's it going? Hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. Although I do appreciate the extra hour when daylight savings time ends, it is always still a bit of an adjustment. I'm a little bit discombobulated today. Everything's off by an hour. I know the time change in the spring is always a little bit rougher when we have to wake up an hour earlier. Frankly, I wish we didn't do it at all, but Mattel says, like you said, subtle cheese. I mean, hey, I like cheese in general, so any subtle cheese, blatant cheese, I'm all for it. Hey, Celeste, good to see you. But yeah, I wish we didn't have daylight savings time. Actually, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, the state, so, in the United States, very much of our laws and our, regulations are by state, there's federal regulations, but a lot of it is governed at the state level. And so the state that I lived in actually didn't do daylight savings time at all. It was one of two states in the nation out of all of the states in the United States. It was two states in the nation that didn't do daylight savings time, and my state was one of them. And that was very nice. And then they decided to get on the bandwagon with everybody else and start doing daylight savings time when I was a teenager, and that sucked, especially as a teenager. So yeah, ever since then, it's all daylight savings time all the time. Mashiko says, We already had change from summer hours to winter hours. Celeste saying I hate it. Subtlety says, is it every state? I thought it was only West Coast. No, it's every state. Unfortunately, I wish it was only the West Coast. But yeah, it's every state. There's different time zones across the U.S. So, we have Eastern, Central, Mountain, whatever, Pacific, all those time zones. But it is I think it's I don't know if Arizona might be the only holdout that doesn't do daylight savings time anymore, or doesn't do daylight savings time yet, but it could be every state now. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, Arizona and yeah, okay. Yeah, Arizona and Hawaii. I didn't know Hawaii didn't do it either, but they're smart. Oh, oh, hey, drop shot. I gotta turn on my closed captions real quick. Give me 1 second to do that. Sometimes I remember to do it beforehand. Most times I don't. So give me 2 seconds. Get closed caption going. Okay, let's see if that's working. Yep. All right. Closed captions should be going. So if you want or need closed captioning, you can hover your mouse over the right side of the screen and a closed caption icon should appear. If you click that icon, you will be able to see live generated captioning for this stream, which may be helpful for you. Mattel says there are a few counties in certain states that don't observe the daylight savings time. Yeah, and that makes it even more confusing. Yep. So it makes no sense and we should get rid of it. Yeah, there's several counties in the Midwest that don't like, and so talking counties here, so meaning individual areas within individual states that don't honor daylight savings time. So that means if you are in a state, for example, in Illinois, if you're in Illinois and you drive from one county to the next county over, you might have to change your clock just by going from one county to the next. So yeah, it's insane. And that's right. Yeah, certain tribal nations in the United States as well. So our Native Americans, indigenous people, oftentimes they have different laws and regulations than the you know federally governed United States. And so they can choose to observe daylight savings time or not. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Gambir Sharma, thank you so much. Also, lots of other folks followed in the last day or so. I'm gonna name a few of them here: Rande, Human X, Chenkare, That Loud Kid, Bob from Marketing, Samir5, Trade Bars Kick, Toyona Rea, KKP 1029, and Varshi16. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Yeah, Dropshot says, yeah, there's certain counties that might be bigger than some of the smaller island countries. Yeah, that's exactly right. For folks that don't live in the United States, it's often quite a surprise how large the United States is, in terms of how large some of the states are and how large some of the, just the surface area within the United States is really massive, especially compared to a lot of European countries. And that's what's the most surprising to people when I've traveled overseas is, describing to folks like in the UK how large, an individual state is that may be larger than several European countries put together, where that's one state in the United States. Lots of empty space, lots of farmland, yeah, lots of territory to fly over. Lots of lovely wilderness though too. Yep. Fort Worth to El Paso is a 10-hour drive. Yeah, exactly. So if we had better trains, we might be able to, actual passenger infrastructure, we might be able to, have a really powerful public transit network, but yet no. Yeah, that's one thing actually I love about going to Europe is just how easy it is to get from place to place, in terms of like how short the distances are and how short the travel time is. Hop on a train for a couple of hours, you're, from one end of a country to the other. It's great. Um, and whereas, hop in a car for a couple of hours in my state and you can't even get from the north end to the south end. You can get maybe a fifth of the way across the state if you hop in a car for 2 hours. But it's just going to be cornfields all the way. So yeah, I don't know. It's fun to see the differences between countries and geography and that kind of thing. I like it a lot. Alrighty, folks. We're gonna give folks a few more minutes to get in here. People are trickling in, I can see. But today we're gonna be continuing our Python series. This is part 4. If you missed the first 3 parts, that's fine. They're still right up here on Twitch. And I do record one of the common questions I get is, can I watch this later? I have to drop off, whatever. All of my streams are recorded and they're available here on Twitch for 60 days. Before they expire, I move them to YouTube. So you can do !YouTube to see my YouTube archive of all my past streams. Now, I will say I discovered recently that unfortunately one of my exports to YouTube failed. And so we did lose 3 streams from the archive. I believe they were from July and August. We lost 3 streams, but fortunately, I mean, it wasn't part of this Python series. The Python series did export successfully. I haven't published it yet, but it's there. It's safe. We lost a Q&A stream. We lost 1 small project stream where we built a fun retro like 8-ball question answer thing. And then I believe a Code Wars stream we lost. So nothing earth-shattering that was lost. It's unfortunate that happened, but I did want to let you know, if you're wondering, you'll see on my YouTube once I update it again, there'll be a gap in videos. And that's because an export did fail and then the videos dropped off of Twitch and I can't recover them. So there'll be a bit of a gap in the archive. Can't help that, but don't worry, we're going to do many more Code Wars streams. We're going to do many more Q&A streams. So you know, we will make up for that missing information. Hey, Ras, good to see you. Jack of Trade says, Python has so many tricks. Yeah, Python has been a lot of fun to learn so far. I've enjoyed it quite a bit. We're learning it live here on stream together. So yeah, it's been really fun to learn. I've already been able to use it to get value at work, which is pretty cool. I was able to write a script to do something I needed to do at work. And so it's already delivered value, which is great. Alrighty, so last week we covered functions, and this week we're going to cover loops and iterations, and if there's time, we'll get to strings. And what we're using for our Python learning journey is a wonderful free course called Python for Everybody. It is written by a professor at the University of Michigan. And he's written several courses on various languages. So if you're interested in learning C++ or PHP or Postgres or Python, he has courses for all of those. We're focusing on the Python one today. If you want a link to the course, you can do !project in chat. That will give you a link to the course we're following. And feel free to follow along. If you are going to follow along, I would suggest that you log in. So it will track your progress as you go. All it takes is, as long as you have a Google account, you can log in and it will automatically track your progress, you know, track your quiz scores and everything. So it's very nice. It's a wonderful system. And you can learn several languages with Dr. Chuck's wonderful free courses. So I highly recommend it. Really fantastic material. Rask says, I'm exhausted, finished the Twitch bot for the streamer. We did the event today with it and it worked well. Oh, congratulations, Rask. I'm glad that worked out. Yeah, so many people are building wonderful, really cool stuff for Twitch. We've rated several people that have been building just awesome, fun Twitch games and plugins and bots. And yeah, it's so cool to see that. Would be fun to build one someday, but I love watching other people build theirs and interacting with them and helping them, you know, stress test them while they're live and that kind of thing after we do a raid. It's really fun. Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and get started. We should build one for Leon. Yeah, if Leon ever decides to go live on Twitch again, I don't know. I don't know if he will. It seems like he more enjoys being off camera and, you know, doing sort of audio only type events. Not to say he won't ever go live on Twitch again, but it seems to me he is perfectly happy just, chilling with audio only, which I understand, right? Um, you know, I gotta make myself presentable every time I go on stream, so it's a lot easier to, not. Ross says for cohort 3 he will probably write, right? Yeah, I mean, but I have no idea when cohort 3 is going to start either. Right now the focus of 100 devs is really just to kind of create a sustainable platform, not to just jump right into the next cohort, especially while the tech market is the way it is. We don't want to sell people something that is, not sustainable, right? So the focus right now is really just, okay, let's build a solid foundation and then build, a continuing education platform off of that. So, and that takes time, unfortunately. It's not something you can just bust out right away, especially with a bunch of volunteers. Yeah, Python is easy to learn and it's easy to use on the fly for basic logic. Absolutely. That's why I've been really enjoying Python so far. It is very easy to learn, especially if you know another language already. So I know a couple other languages, SQL, C Sharp, and JavaScript, all those things have these commonalities that we see in Python and in many other languages as well. So once you know, and I say this a lot, but once you know one language, it makes it infinitely easier to pick up your next one because so many of the principles are the same across languages, right? Rask says, I find Python so elegant. Yeah, it is. I think it's elegant in its straightforwardness for the most part, except for the white space thing. I'm still getting used to that. I've never used a language before that actually cares about white space, that cares about indentation. So I am self-professed. I am a very sloppy coder, I will say, in terms of my formatting, and I fully admit it. I'm sloppy with my code, and so having it to a point where indentation actually matters is something I'm still getting used to. So yeah, I'm getting used to the having to be careful with my white space. Hey Matthias, good to see you. Oh, you left Madeline's stream? Hey, that's fine, no worries. You can go back to Madeline's stream. It's all good, man. I'm sure I'm sure Madeline understands, but hey, feel free to swap back too. No hard feelings here. Madeline might, I know we share a pretty big audience together, so they might rate us when they're done. They might not. That's okay too. But yeah, also go, feel free to follow Madeline Patience. They're a fellow stream team member with 100 devs. I'll give them a quick shout out here. They should be live right now as well. Madeline Patience. Ooh, goodness, that was loud. Sorry. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the subscription. Glad that worked. Okay, let's see if that worked. Oh, nope, didn't work. I think I spelled it wrong. Oh, I did. I spelled it wrong. Hang on, one more try. I can't ever spell Madeline properly. Madeline Patience. Hey, there we go. I think that worked. But okay, Celeste the Best, thank you so much for the gift subscription to Matthias. So kind of you to do. Thank you so much, Celeste. All right. Subtleties says, where did you learn about 100 devs? I learned about 100 devs on Reddit back in November of 2021, I believe. Leon made a post, or it was late 2021 or early 2022. Leon made a post on Reddit advertising his free resources and free training program for learning web development. At the time, I was not a web developer. I had no intention of becoming a web developer. I just got hired as my first job as a real developer, as a SQL developer. And I was quite literally panicking because I felt really inadequate. I felt like I was a terrible hire. I felt like I didn't deserve to have the job. I felt I was having imposter syndrome. I was just scrambling for anything I could do to make myself feel like I actually deserved the role. And and none of that was true. I mean, they hired me for a reason, but it's something that so many people encounter when they get their first dev job. They feel, it's imposter syndrome. They feel really inadequate. They feel like, oh my gosh, I don't understand anything. I don't know how this works. I got to get better. And I was looking at paying like $10,000 for a boot camp, right? Like you do. And then luckily I am terminally on Reddit all the time. And I found Leon's post, fortunately, signed up to the Discord, didn't know how to use Discord, didn't know what Discord was. But I just said, hey, I'm going to do the course until I hit the paywall. Until I, get to the point where I can't progress anymore without paying. I'll go to that point. And whatever, 3 years later, 3.5 years later, I'm still waiting to hit that paywall. So still going on with it. Hey, I'm doing what I told myself I'd do, right? Yeah. Discord was so scary when I joined, never used it before. Yeah, but it is a great platform. I like it. It's very janky, but it is a great platform. Subtlety says, when did you start your tech career? I mean, I've been working tech adjacent my entire career. My first job out of college, I was working as an actuary. And so a lot of that has to do with building, dashboards and using analytics tools and reporting tools and that type of thing. So tech career is a pretty wobbly, there's wobbly borders around what constitutes a tech career. But I got my first dev job in October of 2021. Yeah. Yeah, and Jack says, starting out, definitely you'll struggle. No one was born a software engineer. Absolutely. And that's the thing that we got to remember is that, no one is born good at anything. Everything takes practice. And that includes, when you get your first tech job, learning the stack, learning the documentation, learning the culture, learning the code base, all those things. None of that is immediate. Nobody's going to be perfect right away. And, they hired you for a reason. And the reason is that you deserve to be there. So, might as well demonstrate that you deserve to be there. Shavlin says, that's cool. You were an actuary. I'll tell you a secret. I wasn't that good of one. I always like the technical aspect of working as an actuary. So, I mean, working in Excel and doing complicated analytics, I always like that more than the actual like mathematics of being an actuary. So, I always preferred building technical reporting and dashboard and tools over the actual nuts and bolts of the statistical analysis and the stuff that goes into really getting to the high levels as an actuary. So I never would have made it all the way as an actuary. You have to take a bunch of exams. If you're familiar with being an actuary at all, it involves taking literally tests, like school type exams that you have to pass in order to progress in your career and make more money. So if you like taking tests like you're in college for the rest of your life, go be an actuary. And some people love that. Some people love having those goalposts and things to work for and specific milestones to hit. I do not. That's not the type of person that I am. I like kind of, going with the flow and figuring out things as they come and being adaptive and going off in different directions. That's, probably partially caused by my ADHD, but it just wasn't my cup of tea, and so I never would have made it all the way as an actuary, and so I'm glad I found the career that I did. No worries, Ras. Congratulations on your plugin. I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, take care of yourself. Hey, Kalaris, good to see you. All right, folks, I'm going to take a quick hydrate here. Got some tea. Let's go ahead and get started. Oh, first off, hey, Trade Bars, welcome. Thank you for the follow. And also thank you, SM000007. Thank you for the follow as well. They say, does the 100 devs help with getting into cybersecurity? And I will tell you, no, it doesn't. It's not a cybersecurity program. But if you're new to programming, if you're new to coding in general, it can be a place to get started and learn your first sort of coding skills and also general job skills. So, if you already have some cybersecurity experience and you're just trying to maybe get a job. 100 Devs is a great place to learn how to do that, but it's not a cybersecurity program. So there are free cybersecurity resources out there. I believe the what's that one streamer that does cybersecurity? Why can't I think of their name? What's their name? There's a Twitch streamer, software game dev field that does streams on cybersecurity. Anybody remember? It's not the Primogen. There is a streamer out there that does it, that kind of does free classes and stuff on cybersecurity, and I'm afraid I can't think of their name at the moment. Maybe somebody else will remember. Pirate Games, maybe, yeah, maybe. But yeah, look for free resources if you're, again, don't pay unless you really have to. There are free resources out there for pretty much anything you want to learn. Yeah, and also free code camp. Free code camp should pretty much be your go-to when you want to learn any new language or concept. Start with free code camp and then branch out from there. They're pretty great. All right, let's get started. Yeah, Pirate Software. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and start with them. They're not who I was thinking of, but if there's another person out there that does it, that's fantastic. Let's go ahead and start with loops and iterations. Kalara says, I got my CompTIA Sec Plus, finally had to take it 2 times. Yeah, CompTIA is kind of a world standard for IT certifications. Now, I will say that for most developer jobs, you don't need a CompTIA certification. However, for things like cybersecurity, or for things like physical, like IT, like help desk or networking, or if you're getting into like the physical repair, IT repair kind of jobs, those certifications can be helpful. But for most software dev jobs, certifications aren't necessary. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hang on. All right. So iterations. Now, if you're familiar with another coding language, such as say JavaScript, you might recognize a lot of the concepts we're going to go through today. But the implementation, as with the other things we've looked at, Python does things a little bit differently than JavaScript. So you might be familiar with the general concept, but how we implement it in Python is going to be slightly different. So just keep that in mind. But again, most of the concepts will be familiar. So when we update a variable, you'll notice that the way we can do that, if we want to reassign a new variable or iterate it, we can do it exactly the same way we would in JavaScript, where we can just take the value of x and assign it to the equals x plus 1. You didn't do your Python reps, you'll try following anyways. Yeah, Matthias, you should be fine, again, because a lot of these concepts are going to be similar to what we've seen before in JavaScript. And just like in JavaScript, before you can update a variable, you have to initialize it, usually with a simple assignment. We can set it to, let's say, something like 0, or set it to another initial value, and then we can reassign it later. Now, just remember that in Python, we don't have to use a keyword when we initialize a variable. So in JavaScript, we're used to saying something like let or const or even var in older versions of JavaScript. But in Python, you don't need to do that. You can simply state the variable and give it an initial assignment. And just as in JavaScript, adding 1 to the value of a variable is called an increment, and subtracting 1 is called a decrement. And you can remember that by, the word increase starting with INCR, or decrease starting with DECR. Now, the first type of loop we're going to look at here is the while loop. Probably one of the most dangerous loops that you can initialize, and that's why I thought it was interesting that the course here starts with that loop. But hey, sometimes they like to live dangerously, I guess. So the while loop. We can use loops to automate repetitive tasks, and repeating identical or similar tasks without making errors is something that computers do well and people do poorly. I think all of us have messed up a repetitive task at one point or another. But because iteration is so common, Python provides several language features to make it easier. Now, the wording here is a little bit misleading. Many coding languages provide multiple flavors of loop. I think pretty much any C-based language, of which Python is C-based, is going to have kind of the standard set of loops. So, C, C++, C Sharp, JavaScript, Python, they're all going to have kind of the same flavors of loop. One form of iteration is the while statement. So we can see here, we start off by declaring a variable, and then while n is greater than 0, we print the number, and then we decrement the value of that number. And then finally, when it's fully counted down, we print the word blast off. So while n is greater than 0, display the value of n and reduce the value of n by 1. When you get to 0, exit the while statement and display the word blast off. Now you'll notice here that we identify the body of the while loop the same way that we do, for example, in an if statement, where instead of using something like curly braces, we start the body with a colon, and then all the contents of the body are physically indented away from the left side of the screen. So those indents are important in Python. White space matters. It uses that white space to identify the body of the object you're currently inside of. Yes, and we define n first, being the important part. So here's the flow of execution. We evaluate the condition, yielding true or false. So in this case, it checks to see whether this first condition, the while condition, evaluates to true or false. If the condition is false, we exit the statement and continue execution at the next statement later on down the script. If it's true, then we execute the body and then go back through the loop. Jack says you could use semicolons instead of tabs. Oh, is that something you can do in Python? I didn't know that you could do that. That's cool. We'll stick with tabs here, just because that's what the course is doing. But I didn't know that you could delimit. The object bodies in a different way. That's kind of cool. So it's called a loop because the third step loops back around to the top, and each time the body is executed, that's called an iteration. We iterate. You might be familiar with that from for loops in JavaScript, where we set a value of I and we increment that value of I for each iteration. So, yep, that makes sense. If we say it had 5 iterations, that means the body of the loop was executed 5 times. Now, the most important part, especially with a while statement, is that the body of the loop should change the value of one or more variables so that eventually the condition becomes false and the loop terminates. So the value that changes each time the loop executes and controls when the loop finishes is called the iteration variable. If there is no iteration variable, the loop will repeat forever, resulting in an infinite loop. So, chat, show of hands, how many of you all have ever executed an infinite loop by accident? I know I have. Doesn't matter the language. How many in chat? How many have accidentally executed an infinite loop by accident? Yeah. Yeah, we got some brave folks here admitting it. I know I certainly have. Yep. With JS. Yeah. It's possible to execute infinite loops in many languages. So we can all make that mistake. I certainly have, and it's also possible in Python. Welcome to the stream, by the way, SM. Good to have you here. So what is an infinite loop? It's basically when you have a loop with no iteration variable. So nothing to tell it when to stop running. That's why while loops can be particularly dangerous. Personally, I prefer to use, for loops if I can. There's times when you're not going to be able to use a for loop to accomplish what you want to do. But sometimes you might have to use a while loop if you don't know when your particular condition is going to be met. But many times you do, and so you can use a for loop instead, and so it'll have a known termination point. Yep. Yeah, well, true, print infinite loop. Yeah. Which your computer doesn't behave, make it do an infinite loop just to establish boundaries. Yeah, I crashed when I was first learning JavaScript. I bricked my browser a couple times, accidentally doing infinite loops. Um, but yeah, so here's an example of an infinite loop. We're saying here while true, print n, and then end, and then decrement n minus 1. So here we do have a variable that's supposed to control the number of loops that we're going to accomplish here, but it's not using that decremental variable to actually identify when to stop the loop. It's just saying true. And so true is always going to be true. It's never going to be false. So the loop is never going to stop. And here it notes, sometimes you don't know it's time to end a loop until you get halfway through the body. In that case, you can write an infinite loop on purpose and then use the break statement to jump out of the loop. So Python has a couple of statements that can help you kill loops when certain logic is met. And we'll get to those a little bit later. But this is an example of a true infinite loop. There's no break. The while condition will never evaluate to false, so the loop will continue forever. And I love that they say, if you make a mistake and run this code, so don't do this, you will quickly learn how to stop a runaway Python process on your system or find where the power off button is on your computer. This program will run on forever until your battery runs out because the logical expression is always true by virtue of the fact that the expression is the constant value true. So we can kill runaway loops. We can set an explicit breakpoint on loops. Oh, Katia, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. So we can use the break keyword to do that. In this case, suppose you want to take input from the user until they type done. So here we are essentially setting up an infinite loop, right? We're saying while true. So this will never evaluate to false. This loop could potentially continue to forever, but it's asking for input from the user. And if the value of that input is equal to done, then we break the loop. Otherwise, we print whatever they inputted, and then we ask for input again. So if the breakpoint is reached, then we print done instead. So if we were to run this, it would keep asking for input over and over and over again until it got the specific input value done. So in this case, it's showing an example of a couple different pieces of input. First, we type hello there, General Kenobi. It echoes that and prints it out. Then we type finished, it prints finish. But then when we type the magic word done, it hits the done condition and prints exactly this string. Yes, yeah, Matthias, you're exactly right. It is infinite unless we get the input that we want. Exactly. So unless we get the specific input that it's asking for, that's the only way it can hit this break condition and break out of the loop and go to this last print statement here. Also, too, for folks in chat, if you're new to the stream today, feel free to ask questions at any point. And there's no such thing, as a silly question. You're not going to bother me or interrupt me. As long as the question is related to what we're talking about, then I'll usually try to stop and answer it. And if you ask a question that's completely off topic, I might be able to answer it later, maybe just not right now. But I'll try to keep it in mind. So yeah, do feel free to ask questions. And occasionally I'll ask you questions as well. Keep you on your toes a little bit. So this way of writing while loops is common because you can check the condition anywhere within the loop, not just at the top, and you can express the stop condition affirmatively, basically saying stop when this happens, rather than negatively keep going until that happens. So that's maybe a little bit different than how we would approach it in JavaScript. So a little bit of a different thought process, basically saying like, okay, start out with the intent to write an infinite loop, and then set the break condition within the loop itself. So finishing iterations with continue. This is another little bit of a deviation from how we might write loops in JavaScript. Sometimes you're in an iteration of a loop and you want to finish the current iteration and immediately jump to the next iteration. So essentially, you want to stop the logic where it's at in the current loop and immediately go to the next loop. So you don't want to leave the loop. You want to keep looping, because a break statement leaves the loop, right? If we hit this break statement, it's going to leave the loop and just go to the end condition. However, if we want the loop to keep going, we just want to stop the current loop, then we can use continue. So it skips to the next iteration without finishing the body of the loop for the current iteration. So here's an example of a loop that copies its input until the user types done, but treats lines that start with the hash character as lines not to be printed. So it's going to skip lines with the hash character. So we'll walk through this and then we'll actually I'm going to put this one in the interpreter so it's a little bit easier to understand. So we'll actually do this one as an exercise as well. But first, let's talk through it. So we're starting out with an infinite loop while true, and it's looking for inputs from the user. And I'll ask you guys, what is it checking for here? What is this doing? This this thing that I have highlighted here. What is this doing? Anybody know? If line 0 equals hash, what is it checking for here with this? Based on what we know about arrays, what we know about strings, what is this actually checking for? Let's zoom in a little bit here. Equality, yes, that's true. We've got double equals here. But what is this thing that I have highlighted? What is this looking for? Line 0. So let's break it down a little bit. The value of line is going to be assigned to whatever the user inputs, right? And the user is going to be inputting a string. So the next line here says, okay, take the contents of line, which is a string, and do something to it. We're checking for something with the contents of that string. What are we checking for? Matthias says, is it the string's first car? Sorry, I missed that class. Mattel says, make sure the contents array line element 0 is the same as the 0. So getting closer. Yeah. So essentially, what it's checking for here is it's looking inside the string of whatever the user has inputted. So that could be anything, right? But we're assigning it to this variable called line. And it's looking for the contents of that string at index 0. So if we're looking at an array, what is index 0? What's index 0 in an array? Just in general. Yeah, it's the first thing, exactly. So it's checking to see if the first item at index 0 in variable line is equal to a hash. Yeah. So if we're looking at a string, remember that Python essentially treats strings as kind of almost like an array. So Python treats strings almost like an array with a value, a single letter at each index in that array. So in this case, it's just going to take the first letter or character of that string and check and see if it equals to a hash or pound sign or octothorpe or whatever you call that thing. Yeah, it's a pound sign or a hash. Yep. So if the first letter or character of whatever the user has entered equals the hash value, then continue. So when we hit this continue keyword, it's a little bit misleading because continue to me almost seems like we keep going. But in this case, what continue means is stop the loop here and ask for another input. However, if the first character of whatever the user has entered is not equal to a hash sign, then check and see if they've entered the word done. If they've entered the word done, then we stop the loop altogether and we break out. However, if it's not equal to either of those things, then we just print whatever they entered. So this one's a little bit confusing, right? We're using a couple of new concepts here. So let's actually do it. Let's do it in the interpreter. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Miss Melissa, good to have you here. Yeah, so we're going to do this. We're going to do it here in the interpreter. That might actually clear things up a little bit. 1KOCMERT. Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. Oh, yes. Thank you for the stretch as well. Oh. I've been trying to be careful about stretching. I've learned I might be developing a little bit of a TMJ in my jaw, so it's good to stretch. It's good to stay loose. So I'm working on that as well. All right, let's go ahead and do it. So we've got the interpreter open here in the terminal. I'll pull it up a little bit. So we're going to say while true, starting our loop. And we can see here we're inside the body of the loop because the interpreter has changed to 3 dots. So that's recognizing we're inside the loop. And now we're going to ask for user input. So we're going to say line input. Input is essentially, it's going to print a little character here. Do that. And then we're going to say, all right, we're going to check if the first character of whatever they inputted at index 0 is equal to an octothorpe or pound sign, whatever. Check that. Then we're going into another deeper loop, right? So you see I indented twice there, just because we're still inside the first while loop. And then we go into a deeper if statement, so a nested if. Oops. If line equals done, then we break, print line. So we're going to test this with a couple different inputs just to kind of see exactly how it's behaving. And then we print, let's see, I think if I want to break out of this, I'll need to do that. And then, oops, I went too far, but darn it. Here, let's do this. I should be able to get this back. Boop. Thankfully, you can use the arrow keys to redo statements that you previously typed. So just FYI, you don't have to retype stuff if you mess up. And I could have just put this in a script as well, but I wanted to kind of do it in the interpreter because I'm trying to get better at that. Okay, what did I do here? Done. Let's see, why doesn't it like that? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid, Madeline. Hello. Hey, Madeline. Good to see ya. Hi, folks. Hey, Leah. Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. It's Bololo. Welcome. Good to have you here. Hey, Madeline. I hope everybody's having a good day. Yes, bread raid. Indeed. Madeline is always making lovely bread. Null Recall, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah, we're just doing some Python. Right now I'm getting syntax errors, but hey, that's fine. I might just dump this. I think I'll just dump this in a script really quickly, but I do want to figure out what I did wrong here. But I just want to test this script. So we're going to dump it into a Python, just a standard Python script here. So we're just going to do while test.py. I've been trying to get better at the interpreter, but I don't always get it right. So that's okay. So do this, get out of the interpreter, and then we'll just run this script. So while, let's see, py, while test.py. Okay, still doesn't work. Hey, Owen Codes, good to see you again. How's it going? Let's see. I feel like this should work. While true. Okay, does anybody see what I'm maybe obviously doing wrong here? Because I feel like it should be asking me for input here. But hey, this is part of the learning process, right? No worries, Owen. It's good to see you. Troubleshooting is part of learning as well, so I don't mind it. I don't think there's an actual bug with the code. I think it's, I think it's an ID10T error, in which case, error between user and chair. But let's try it again here. Well, so I would expect that if I ran this, that it would ask for input. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Yuki Duki, Coder, thank you. Here, let's do this. I'll try one more time here. Well, true. At least I can copy and paste each line here. Do that. If anybody sees what I'm doing wrong to make this work, do feel free to let me know. I'm fine with backseating in this case. Print that. So essentially I want to run this script, and then until we it should ask for input when we run it. TV Josh says maybe you need a blank line before the print done. Yeah, I think I tried that, and then it didn't work. So, but we'll try it again here. So print line, and then blank line, because then it's just going to end the loop. And oh wait, no, it did work. It worked the first time. Okay, yeah, you're right. Cardavari, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, it is running. I just didn't notice it because of the way it was asking for input. So it is working. It worked the very first time. We did it. We had it first try. Oh my gosh. I'm a dingus. So yes, it is working. It's asking for input correctly. So we were right the first time. Yep. I just talked myself out of it. I psyched myself out, chat. Why'd you let me do that? All right, let's test this. Secret password to enter the infinite loop. Yeah, essentially that's what we're doing here. Hey, hello, I'm Dan. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, we gotta laugh at ourselves, right? Okay, so it's asking for input. So let's just type the word, say, test. So if I type the word test into this script, what we would expect is it's going to run these tests. It's going to run two tests, right? It's going to see if the first character is an octothorpe, or it's going to see if we enter the word done. And if neither of those happened, then it's going to just print whatever we entered. So we're going to test that. Yep. And it works. It prints whatever we entered. So we can enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. It's going to print that. It's going to keep doing this into infinity, right? Stuff and things. You get the idea. Now, what happens if we enter something starting with an octothorpe, with a hashtag? Hashtag vote And when I do that, notice the difference. It doesn't echo what I entered. It asks for a new input. Now, if I just type the word vote without the hashtag, then it echoes it. Right? So that's what it's doing. So that's what continue is doing here. If it hits this continue, which it will inside this if statement, it hits the continue, then it loops back to ask for input again. So it doesn't stop the loop. It just goes to the next iteration. That's continue. Now let's hit the breakpoint. So we're at the top of the loop again. And if I type the word, well, first let's type the word hashtag done. And when I do that, it goes back to the top of the loop again because the first check is for the octothorpe. Exactly, because we're only checking the first character, right? It doesn't care what the rest of the word is. And then as soon as it hits this continue, it goes back to the beginning, even though the rest of the string does contain the word done, it doesn't care because it already hit the continue and went back to the beginning of the loop. So if I just type the word done without the hashtag, the loop is broken. Okay? So does that make it a little bit easier to understand what's happening here? Sometimes it's a little easier if you experiment, if you do it yourself, if you try it, versus just trying to read it and, understand it and imagine it in your head. Yeah, and exactly. We're using the square brackets on the check. We're using the square brackets on the check because we're essentially treating the string like an array with indices, with indexes. And so the character at index 0 is the octothorpe. If we used parentheses here, what would this be if I'll ask chat. If we change this to parentheses, what would we be doing? What do we use parentheses for? If we change it to parentheses, what is this? It is something different. It's something, it could be valid depending on how we've defined our, depending on how we've written our script. But what is it if we do it with parentheses? Yeah, exactly. It would be like passing an argument into a function. So if we use parentheses, then that becomes a function call. Yeah, exactly. Null recall, you're exactly right. Yeah. Passing an argument to a function versus this is looking inside of some kind of a list object, an iterable object with an index, like an array or list, dictionary, whatever. Yeah. Something with indices and then doing an index reference. Yeah. So I'm glad that you asked that question, Matthias, because it's there it is a distinction. It's something that we do, but what is, they both mean different things, right? Yeah. So good question. Corgant, thank you so much for the follow. Yuki Duki, I think I already thanked you, but thank you again anyway. Thank you for the follows, folks. Good to have you all here. Bring Benjamin, welcome to the stream as well. Brig says line with parentheses 0 is a function. It could be. If you defined a function called line, you could call that function and pass in the value of 0 as an argument to the function. Yeah. So you could define a function called line that takes that has one parameter, and then you could pass in 0 to the function as that argument. So essentially just when you see a word with parentheses after it, that's a function call. And then when you see a word with brackets and a number inside those brackets, then that's some kind of an index reference. Yeah. So, and then, here's essentially what we just did, just running the function and seeing what it gives us. Or sorry, the script and seeing what it gives us. Now, another type of loop, one we're very familiar with. And yes, as Null Recall said, because line is a string, which is essentially an array of characters. Yeah, and we're actually going to talk about that specifically in the very next lesson. We're going to talk about strings and how we can, parse them and find things within. We can search within strings. We can we can get slices of strings. So in JavaScript, you're familiar with string manipulation. It's something that we've done, in many a code wars and LeetCode, is manipulating strings and slicing bits and bobs out of them. And one of the reasons that we can do that with strings is that languages like JavaScript and Python treat them almost like arrays, where it's just a list of individual letters or characters, and you can read specific points in that string and reference their indexes. Yep. Yeah. But we'll get to that in the next lesson. I think we will have time for that today. These lessons are a little bit shorter, so. But our next type of loop is the for loop, our good old friend, the for loop. I'm sure we all have encountered one of these at some point and probably written many of them. Now, sometimes the main use of for loops is looping through a set of items, something with kind of a defined beginning and end, like a list of lines in a file or a list of numbers. And we can construct a definite loop using a for statement, whereas a while loop is essentially an indefinite loop because it could loop forever. You just loop it until a condition is met. Whereas a for loop is much safer because it's definite, right? It has a preset beginning and a preset end, and as soon as it hits that end, it's going to end the loop. The syntax for a for loop is similar to the while loop. Essentially, there's a for statement and then a body. And so here's an example where we declare an array of 3 values, Joseph, Glenn, and Sally, and then we can just simply say for friend in friends. So for each individual item in the list of items, we do something, and then when the loop is over, we do something else. So it's a definite loop because we've pre-identified the limitations of the loop, and we're only looping through the items that are within that limitation, right? The 3 values in this array. When the end of the array is met, the loop ends itself, and we go on to the next thing. Hey, NASA, welcome to the stream. They say, well, this is true. Do this for this many iterations. Do this. Yeah, exactly. So in the example, we execute this, and what you would see that it prints is Happy New Year, Joseph, Happy New Year, Glenn, Happy New Year, Sally, and then it exits the loop and prints done. Yeah, good to have you here. So translating the for loop to English is not as direct as the while loop, but it's essentially run the statements in the body of the for loop, one for each friend in the set named friends. So for and in are reserved Python keywords, where friend and friends are variables. And just like it is in JavaScript, the variable identifying the individual items in that set is kind of basically an implied variable, right? You kind of declare it on the spot, and it gets assigned to each value in the set. So we do the same thing in JavaScript when we're looping through arrays and objects. We can say, just basically set up an identifier that gets reassigned on each loop. It gets set on the spot. We don't have to declare it beforehand. It just exists within the scope of the for loop. It doesn't exist afterward. It just goes away once the loop is over. It's kind of a placeholder. It's the iteration variable. The variable friend changes for each iteration and controls when the for loop completes. The iteration variable steps successively through the 3 strings stored in the friends variable. So we're going to see some examples of common loop patterns here. GL13, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Yeah, it would be basically, as Matthias said, it would be for let friend in friends in JavaScript. Yep. So that's the similar syntax we would use there. Brink Benjamin, thank you for the follow. Good to have you. Often we use a for or a while loop to go through a list of items or the contents of a file while we're looking for something, such as the largest or smallest value of the data we scan. Yeah, in a language like Python, Python is a very data-focused language, a very analytics-focused language. And so I can anticipate the place where we're going to be using, actually, why do I we don't have this so small, make that bigger. So where we're going to be using these types of for loops a lot, or just general loops in general, is going to be doing analytics on existing data sets. So it'll be more like, okay, for each line in this file, look for specific keywords and count the number of times the keyword occurs, right? Or, while while we have not yet found this keyword, keep looping through the file until we find it, right? Tell me so something where we might use a while loop to say, okay, tell me what line this keyword occurs on. Like, where's the first line this keyword occurs? We don't know when it's going to happen, so we use a while loop to loop through the file until we hit the line where the keyword starts, and it breaks the loop and tells us the line number. Whereas with a for loop, we would say, okay, for each line in the file, count the number of times the keyword occurs, right? So two different usages for loops, but both useful in their own way. So we initialize a variable before the loop starts. We perform some computation, maybe changing the variables such as the iterator variable, and then look at the results when the loop completes. So here's some examples of counting and summing loops. If we want to count the number of items in a list, we might do the following. So we initialize our count variable first outside of the loop. Now, why do we do this? Why do we initialize the count variable first outside of the loop? Why don't we initialize the count variable inside the loop? Coder says we increment it. And by the way, welcome to the stream, Coder. It's good to have you. We do increment the count variable, yeah. What does that have to do? What does that have to do with declaring it outside of the loop? Why do we do it that way? But yes, you're right. It is we are incrementing it because we're doing a count, right? Yeah, it has something to do with the scope and the purpose of the count variable. Yeah. So we're declaring it outside because we don't want to print the count until the loop is over. Yeah, you're all exactly right. No, Matthias, SM, and Coder, you're all exactly right. Because we don't want to print the count until the loop is done. We want to print the final count. We don't want to, just print like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not useful. We want to print only the final count once the loop is done. And so if we want to be able to do that, we have to declare the variable outside the loop so that its scope is appropriate. Because if we declare it inside the loop and then we exit the loop, we no longer have access to that variable because of scope. So I don't think they, I don't think they mention it specifically here, but we have to keep that in mind just in general, right? It applies to JavaScript. It applies to most other languages that we're going to encounter, where scope is going to matter, where we declare our variables matters. And so we need to be careful about that when you're setting up these, especially, loops and things that are going to occur multiple times. Yeah, you're exactly right. All right, so first we declare our count variable, and then we loop through a set array of values here. For each one, we increment our count variable by 1. So it starts at 0, and then the first loop counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it counts one value for each loop. So the count is the number of values we have seen so far. And then the total falls into our lap at the end of the loop. We construct the loop so that we have what we want once the loop finishes. And then we can do the same thing for a total value as well. This one's constructed slightly differently. Orzo says, could we just use count plus equals to 1? I don't remember if does anybody remember if that shorthand works in Python? We could try it and see. Let's do that really quickly. Let's see. Doop. If we have a question, let's just test it. Okay. see. And then I'm going to change this to, yeah, but we can see if count plus equals 1 or count plus plus. I don't know. They might have talked about that, but honestly, I don't remember. So might as well test it. Do that. For that, count plus equals 1. And then when we exit the loop, then we print count and then the value of that variable. Yeah. Okay, so it does work. So we can use the shorthand of plus equals 1. Now let's try it the other way with the plus plus. That, and then count plus plus. Yeah, okay, so it can't do that. So we can't do the shortest shorthand that we might do in JavaScript, which is just plus plus to do an increment by 1. If you're not familiar with that, in JavaScript, count plus plus or count minus minus automatically increments or decrements by 1. But you can still do the kind of shorthand where we do a reassignment and an increment by 1, kind of in the same breath here with the plus equals. Yeah. Yep, it works. But it was good to test that. So that can be useful to do if you just want a little bit of a shorthand. So another similar loop that computes the total of a set of numbers looks like this. Again, we initialize our variable outside of the loop to keep our scope correct. And then we loop through a list of values again. But this time, we have a running total. And for each loop, we set the value of total plus the current value we're looping through. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Ooh, excuse me. So we set the running total equal to the current value of the total, and then plus whatever value we're looping through. So that then when we finish the loop, it's essentially going to be a total of all the values in the array. Thank you, Les. Oh, thank you, Sagama. Good to have you here. Thank you, human. Thank you, Orzo. All right, so this is how we can keep a running total. So note the difference between these two. If we're keeping a count, we're simply incrementing by 1 each time. However, if we want a total, we have to still do an increment, but we're adding the value of the actual item we're looping through rather than just a value of 1. However, they are very similar. So we do use the iteration variable here. Instead of just adding 1, we add the actual number to the running total. Total starts at 0, and we add each value to it as it executes. So the variable total accumulates the sum of the elements, and a variable used this way is sometimes called an accumulator because it accumulates the values as we go. However, this counting loop and summing loop are not particularly useful because there are built-in functions, both length and sum, that can do this for us. Again, just like JavaScript, Python has a lot of built-in functions. Exactly, as Jack of Trade says, really the only reason they did this here was just to easily illustrate how this works. But in practice, you would want to use the built-in functions that are built in. Right, rather than building your own when possible. However, this might be the type of thing you get asked in an interview, right? Sometimes you're asked, okay, don't use any built-in functions. Show me how to do this just with the basics of coding knowledge that you have, your understanding of loops, your understanding of iterations, that type of thing. So you might get asked something like this in an interview, and it's good to know how to do it. Another example type of loops are max and minimum loops. Again, there are built-in functions to do this. However, if you needed to do it on your own, we could do it this way. We can set the value of largest first, so we initialize our largest variable, again, outside of the loop. We can print the starting value of largest, which is set to none. And then we loop through our list of numbers. In the first loop, it checks to see if largest is none. So if largest is the initial value, we're on the first loop. Or if the value we're iterating through is larger than the current value of largest, then we reassign largest. So essentially what we're doing here is we're looping through our list of values, and if the value we're currently looping through is larger than the previous value, then we swap it out, and that's the new largest value. So as we loop through each one, you're going to end up with the largest value inside of our largest variable. So it's still going to have to go through all of them just to make sure, but let's say we're on the value of 74. We've already, we've looped through all the previous ones. The value of largest is currently 74. Then we get to 15 as our last value. It's going to say, all right, if largest is none, that's false. Or if the value we're iterating through, 15, is greater than largest, that's false. So we skip the reassignment. The value of largest stays 74. We print the current value of largest, and then the loop is over. So our final value is 74. Coder says you forgot to export again. Yeah, well, we can do this one. We can do this one in the interpreter if you want. Matthias says someone here learned algorithms and data structures. Actually, I really didn't. My knowledge of data structures and algorithms is mediocre at best. That's a place that I could definitely improve. And yeah, this is basically a linear search, right? We're going through each value in order, and we're doing a swap if we need to. If we don't, we just skip this value and go to the next one. But it's still checking each and every one of them. We're not doing any prior sorting. We're just doing a swap if the conditions are met. So here you can see what that looks like when it's executed. In the first loop, it says if largest is none. So that's true. And since this is an OR value here, if largest is none, it doesn't really matter what the second part is. Largest is none on the first loop. That's true. We immediately reassign it to the value of 3. So you can see that's what happened here. So on each loop, it checks, all right, 41 is larger than 3, reassign. 12 is not larger than 41, so the value of our largest variable stays 41. Same with 9, stays 41. Now 74 is larger than 41, so it gets reassigned. 15 is smaller than 74, so it doesn't get reassigned. And in the end, our final value is 74. Okay? Thank you for the follow. MDG212. It's weird. It shows that you followed 3 times. So thanks for that. I don't know how that happened, but thanks for the triple support. I think it's just Streamlabs glitching out. Oh, Streamlabs. I have a very love and hate relationship with Streamlabs. Okay. Typherns, thank you so much for the follow. So essentially that's what we just talked about here. It's just going through it again. Again, to compute the smallest number, it's going to be a very similar practice. We're going linearly through the list. And the check is just slightly different, right? We're saying if smallest is none, or our iteration is less than the current value in smallest. Then it gets reassigned. So just swapping this indicator around to do a slightly different check. However, again, we have built-in functions, max and min, that can do this for us. However, you should still know the mechanics of how those are going to work. And here it's basically setting up the min function manually to essentially return, you pass in a list of values and then return the smallest. Dropshot says, but how does Python know 3 is larger than the string none? That's a great question. Let's look at this again. So look at the checks that are happening here. So it goes into the loop, right? We're looping through this list. The first check says if largest is none. So it's explicitly checking to see if the value of largest is equal to the string none. Oh, yes, you're right. It's not a string. It's set to a type none. But it is checking to still the first check is to see if it is none. And then it says or, so essentially this is always going to happen on the first loop. Because we're initializing it with a value of none. Yeah. We're initializing it with a value of none, and then this is always going to be true in the first loop, so it's always going to get assigned to the first value in the list. Yeah. I think we'll talk about yes, which means the first number is always stored, right? Yep. And because it's an OR value here, if either of these is true, then we enter the loop and we do the reassignment. If this was an AND, then it would behave a lot differently, right? But it's an OR, so either one of these can be true, and we can enter the body of the loop, or enter the body of the if statement, sorry. Okay? And the same thing for our second one here. It's doing the same check. Okay, so debugging with loops. But yeah, great questions so far, by the way. I don't ever mind going back and reviewing something again, because sometimes that leads to even more interesting questions and things we can check and discover and learn together. So, yep, never mind questions. It's all good. And also, if you have a question, that probably means that somebody else has the same question. You're just the one who's brave enough to ask it. So if you're debugging, as you write bigger programs, you might find yourself spending more time debugging. How many of us have spent an afternoon looking for something fiddly and weird in our code behavior? I'm sure all of us have done so as we've built bigger projects, especially building a full stack application. There are many things that can go wrong. However, as you're debugging, you can consider, all right, how can I make this the most efficient process possible? Try breaking your code into chunks rather than going line by line. If we were building a full stack application, we might say, all right, can I isolate this problem to the back end, to my API, to my front end? Is there a way that I can figure out what section of code this is occurring in? And then I can drill down to that particular code section and work it from there until I finally find the specific line that's wrong. So oftentimes in a full stack application, we might add console logs at specific points to figure out if our request is bad or if the data we're getting or our response is bad, right? To figure out where exactly that problem lies. So we break the problem in half. We can add print statements in between our program, do midpoint checks. So if the midpoint check is correct, the problem must be in the first half of the program. If it is, if it's incorrect, the problem must be in the first half. If it's correct, the problem is in the second half. So you're essentially cutting in half the lines you have to search every single time. And you could execute your code with breakpoints too. But often a quick and dirty check is to, just add console logs. So you can also think about logical places in the program where there might be errors and in places where it's easy to put a check. Love my console logs. Yeah, me too. Definitely. All right, so quick glossary of terms here. And then there is an exercise for this particular chapter. So let's take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to go ahead and do the exercise. And the nice thing about this course is it has auto graders, so we can actually do the exercise and then immediately get graded on it and see if we understand the material. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to test our new knowledge of loops, see how well we understand them, and do the exercise that's listed here. The auto grader kind of combines these two exercises together into one. So we'll get a chance to practice our knowledge of Python loops and how they work. Yeah, thinking about the code is always a good idea. Yeah, having the ability to effectively debug your own code, to effectively troubleshoot in a way that's efficient, where you don't get too frustrated, and quickly drill down to the issue is always a valuable skill to have. Alrighty, 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll do an exercise to test our knowledge, and then we'll do a quiz. This course does have quizzes, and so y'all are going to need to pitch in and help out. Make sure that we can solve this quiz. So that's what we're going to do after the break. Alrighty, see you back here in 5 minutes. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. As always, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure that you are stretching, moving your arms, moving your legs, getting up and stretching if you're able to do so. Don't want carpal tunnel syndrome. And as always, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Good to see you all again. It has suddenly started storming outside, so it's gotten much darker outside. I just noticed that during the break, but it's nice we're getting some actual rain. We've been very dry here lately. Null Recall says, do you have an actual stream schedule? I do, yes. So my streams are Sundays at 3 p.m. Eastern. So do note, Null, that daylight savings time has just ended here in the United States. So my stream time has now shifted, basically back by 1 hour for anybody not on daylight savings time. So just keep that in mind that, yeah, my schedule is shifted by an hour, but just because of daylight savings. But yeah, 3 p.m. Eastern. Yep, okay. Yeah, missed the huddle because Germany shifted before you did. Yeah, not every country shifts at the same time, which is great too. Just adding more confusion. I think one of the things that has proven probably the most challenging part of being a developer so far has been working with dates and times. I think pretty much any developer would agree that one of the most challenging parts of their job is anytime they have to work with dates or times. And sometimes I like to imagine what it's going to be like as soon as we actually have like a settlement on the moon or Mars, because they're going to have a completely different schedule, time zones, calendar. So have fun thinking about that. As soon as we have a permanent settlement on Mars, it's, time zones are going to get even weirder. Yeah, we should all just use UTC. I mean, honestly, yeah. Moonlight savings time. Yeah, I mean, really, I like, in the United States, it's not really common to use even use 24-hour clock. I know, a lot of other countries use the 24-hour clock. That is not common in the United States. We use the AM PM clock most of the time. We call the 24-hour clock military time because only the military uses it. But I actually use the 24-hour clock because it's just easier. It's much easier to identify quickly what time it is. And I can translate, I've trained myself to translate really quickly between 12-hour and 24-hour clock. But yeah, I personally use the 24-hour clock. Yeah. But most Americans don't, so that's why I still say like 3 p.m., Eastern rather than 1500 hours. Fun fact, it takes almost an Earth month for the moon to complete a full rotation. Yeah, it's the kind of the like lunar calendar type thing. And the whole history of the Gregorian calendar that we use today is really super weird, and super arbitrary, and super made up. It's all made up, right? So yeah, if you ever have some time to kill, look up the history of the Gregorian calendar and where all the months come from. Like, for example, have you ever thought about why December, DEC, DEC for 10, DEC, why December is not the 10th month, or why, uh, November isn't the 9th month, why October isn't the 8th month? So it's turtles all the way down, I know. Yeah. Yep, and AM/PM stands for meridian. I was trying to remember if it was median or meridian, but yeah, meridian, so like midday or like the middle of the day. Yep. But yeah, dates and times are weird, and even weirder once you get into programming. I have to translate, since I work with a lot of servers and, sort of centralized systems at my job, since I work primarily with the back end, I work with interface with a lot of different servers and have to look at a lot of different logs that were generated by Unix and Linux servers. And so I have to translate between UTC and Eastern time a lot. Because all the servers are on UTC and then I'm running on Eastern time. So, oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, let's do this exercise. So we're going to go back to the lessons here, and then if we click into the lesson we're currently on, you'll see that there's some additional resources here. So if you're going through the course, note that you have additional resources. We're just focusing on the written material, like the book material, but if you prefer to learn with videos, with short videos, or refresh yourself on specific topics, you can listen to Dr. Chuck talk through each of these topics himself and show slides, which can be very nice depending on your learning style. There's also discussion boards. So if you want to discuss these topics with other learners, you're welcome to do so, as long as you're signed in. And then there's also these tools down here. So there's a quiz and there's an auto grader. And we're going to do the auto grader and the quiz just to make sure that we fully understand these topics. When we're learning something, it can be very tempting to, finish the reading and then immediately move on to the next thing, because you're like, oh, I'm done. I get it. I know this now. I can move on to the next thing. But we have to take a pause and we have to test and evaluate our own understanding of the material, because sometimes, and I'm speaking from experience here, we can think we've learned something and our brain just kind of glazes over it because we think we understand it, but we really don't. And then you come back to actually apply it and turns out you learned nothing. So let's test ourselves a little bit here. And feel free to follow along if you're logged into the course as well. We're going to write a program that repeatedly prompts a user for integer numbers until the user enters done. Oh, this looks familiar. Once done is entered, we print out the largest and smallest of the numbers. If the user enters anything other than a valid number, catch it with a try except and put out an appropriate message, and ignore the number. So we're going to enter the following inputs to match the desired output, which is down here. Stop calling me out. Yeah. No, we've all done it, because, you never learn how to learn until you actually learn how to learn. So everybody's made that mistake. All right. So first off, we're initializing these variables, largest and smallest. They've kind of given us a skeleton code structure here, so we're going to try to follow it. And essentially, we're going to take as many inputs as the user wants to provide. But as soon as done is entered, we're going to break. So we can leave this part of the code alone. And then, they have some prints here for testing. But we're going to take our input and assign it to this num variable. If num is done, then break. Otherwise, we want to do other stuff. So I think we can leave this first part in place. We want to print out. So essentially, we want to print out the largest and smallest of the numbers once done is entered. Okay. And so if num is done, we're going to add some additional conditions here. We're going to add some additional print statements prior to the break. But we'll add those lastly, I think. So if num is not done, then we also want to do some additional checks here to say, all right, if num is, let's see, we kind of want to have, I think we want to kind of have a, maybe some kind of a holder variable here. So we'll have largest and small. We already have largest and smallest, so we can assign those. So if num is greater than largest, then we want to go ahead and reassign largest, right? Then largest equals num. And we can also say if largest is none. So if largest is the initial value, or num is greater than largest, then reassign largest to whatever value the user enters. And we're also going to want to do a check here of, we're going to need to add a try and accept to make sure that the user has entered an acceptable value, but I want to get this logic figured out first. All right, so check for largest first, and then we'll also want to reassign smallest. So if smallest is none, so it's always going to be, the first loop is always going to get a value assigned to it. So, or num is less than the current value of smallest. Can I make this? Yeah, there we go. I can move that over. Good. Then smallest gets reassigned. So it should keep a running total of the largest and smallest values, theoretically. Okay, so that should work. And then num input enter a number. And then we want to check, we want to do a try except. So try, so let's see, try, this is going to be an integer, right? These are all going to be integers. So int, try int num. And if that works, then we can, do the whole if checks, loops, that kind of thing. And then if it's not, then we want to essentially, oops. Then we want to just print invalid input. Like so. All right. So Matthias says, what does try int num do? Essentially, it's checking to see if this value, if the value of num can be converted to an integer. And I'm going to need to check my syntax there because I don't remember off the top of my head. I think I have an example of, yeah, okay, so I need to do this instead. So I need to check try like that and then check and see if it's an integer. Yeah. So I was able to, I just checked against this function that I'd already written. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be a function. They didn't ask us to define it as a function. We could, but it's not entirely necessary here because they didn't ask us to. Yeah. And I am going to, you're right. I am going to have to, I'm going to have to indent this again. White space, dang it. There we go. Yeah. Well, it's essentially all we're doing here is we just wrote a quick script. It doesn't have to be a function. We don't need to call it again later. So it's just a quick script. All right. So largest, smallest, while true, num, input, enter a number. First try this. And so if it can't be converted into an integer, then it'll immediately go into the exception and print invalid input. If num equals done, then break. So we can immediately end the loop here. And we want to print both. So if we hit the break here, then it'll immediately break out of the loop. And we want to print not only the maximum value, maximum is largest, minimum is smallest. Okay. All right. Does anybody see anything obvious that I might have missed here? Otherwise, we'll just give it a try and see what we get. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Sometimes the best way to figure out if your crazy code works or not is just to test it. So that's what we'll go ahead and do. Orzo says we're not actually catching the exception. Oh, good catch. Yep, minimum is. It needs to be minimum. Good catch. All right, let's try it. Let's just see what happens here. We're going to YOLO this. Okay, enter a number. We're going to enter 7. Okay, and then we enter another number. And now I'm going to end it because I just want to see what it does. No, you're good, Matthias. Okay. So it didn't end the loop. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I put my check in the wrong place. Yep. All right. See, we're gonna have to reload this. We can't escape. It's an infinite loop. That's all right. We'll just reload the page. But I don't think I can copy my code now. Well, let's hope it saved it. Womp womp. Oh, good, it saved it. Okay. First try. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Sergio and Daryl and Florian. Thank you, folks. Good to have you here. Troubleshooting is fun, isn't it? Okay, so I kind of have my operations in the slightly wrong order here. Alerts aren't always the best choice. Now we see the dangers, right? Yeah, that can get you stuck in an infinite loop. Yep. All right, so we want to actually have this be the first check. And then, yeah, and then we want to check and see if it's an integer. So, and actually, I don't know if we need to actually do the integer check, because if it is a string, it's not going to be able to do this comparison, right? So it should fail. So I don't think we even need that check. And yeah, I think we can go ahead and move the done. Yeah, I think we can move this outside of the try. I think you're right. That. Also, too, the way how I'm indenting these and how I'm de-indenting these is with Shift Tab. So just a quick little keyboard shortcut if you didn't know that. So you can tab in by hitting Tab, and then you can untab by hitting Shift and then the Tab key. That'll do the reverse. Yeah, and we are gonna do all the tests. I'm just doing basic. I'm just typing using numbers for now. Because I think one of the things that you can do to make testing easier on yourself is, rather than testing all the possible permutations on the first try, test things that you know are going to work first, and then see if you get the right answer, and then test the outlying cases, right? Test the weird stuff secondly. All right, let's see if this works. So num input, if num is done, then break. Otherwise, try each of these, and if it's not a number, it should fail the check. Okay, so we'll check. Oh, bottom line 6. Okay. Oh, yeah, because I indented that one wrong. Boop, there we go. Stupid indents. All right, enter a number. We'll do 6. Let's see, what is it? 7, 2. And now I'm going to type done. Okay. Awesome. So 7 and 2, the maximum of 7 and 2, the maximum is 7 and the minimum is 2. So we're good so far. Yay. Yep, this is good. This is good practice also, and that's a great point, Strain. Writing your own unit tests. So as a developer, one of the best things you can do for yourself is write your own unit tests. So write your code, and then write things that you know are going to work, and write things that you know are not going to work, and run those through your code and see if you get the expected result. Unit testing is really useful, and it's a good skill to have. So this is good that we're being asked to do this. So now we know that we can identify maximum and minimum values. So let's try the full list of numbers. So the next iteration is going to be 7, 2, 10, and 4. We're going to leave out the string for now. That's what we're going to test next. So 7, 2, 10, and 4. So what we would expect to see from this, and then done. Okay, so that didn't work as expected. Now, if largest is none, so 7, 2, 10, and 4. So if largest is none, so the first one will get assigned to 7, or num is greater than largest. So I would expect on the second loop, with num, let's see, 7, Yeah, enter num greater than largest. Well, okay, I do think we need to do the conversion. Yeah, we do. Because I think that's why this is breaking. Yep. So let's do this. Actually, no. Do, well, let's do, this might not be the best way to do it, but we can refine in a minute. 7, 2, 10, and 4. Done. Okay, there we go. So now it worked. Now it worked. Why? Why did it suddenly start working? That's weird. I see my screen chat just updated, but my visible chat didn't. So a couple folks said a couple other things. I can't see what they are. Yes, exactly. It's because we actually did. Yes. Jen, welcome to the stream. Right. And that's, yeah, you're all on the right track there. And that's something when you're coming from a non-type specific language like JavaScript, it's something we don't always think of right away. Because it was identifying all of these inputs, even though we think of them as numbers, it was identifying them as strings. And so the comparison didn't make any sense. It was still able to do it because they weren't explicitly words, but we have to convert them into integers so we can do that proper comparison math on them. Yeah, 1 + 1 = 11. Yeah, I'm coming from JS. Well, that kind of concatenation actually does work in Python. So adding 2 strings together with a plus sign actually works. But yeah, you're exactly right. And Jen, welcome to the stream, by the way. All right, let's do it again. So we're able to do the number part successfully. Now we're going to throw the wrench in there with an unidentified word. So let's see what happens. 7, 2, Bob. Okay, it should have already died at that point. So, but let's see what we get if we just enter all of them. 4, and done. Interesting. So it did actually, no, it actually, that's what we wanted. No, never mind. But it, I actually think I would want to break the loop sooner though. So that is right. It just didn't break when I expected. Yeah, okay. Yep, exactly. It's not catching, so this isn't catching the exception at the point that we want it to. Yeah, we just want to add, I think we would just want to add a break to the exception. Yeah, because it's still, the reason why it didn't print this out until the very end is it hit the exception and then it went back to the beginning of the loop again. So we just want to add a break here, I think. Well, actually, but that's not quite what the problem is asking for, though. Yeah, it isn't. It makes more logical sense to do it that way, I think, to break the loop at that point. But it actually isn't what the problem is asking for. So we did get the right answer. Yeah, exactly. If we break out of the exercise, it wouldn't find the 10, right? But if I was writing a real program to do something like this, I would probably have it break after the exception, just to be like, hey, you know, this probably isn't gonna. It's because it's not gonna return the answer that the user is looking for if they accidentally enter a string. However, we did get the right answer. So yeah, yes. But if you notice, kind of the way we tested that was in a very incremental way, right? We're learning increments. We tested it incrementally. We started out with just a couple of values where there was really no, it was just essentially taking the 2 initial values and making sure that they ended up in the right variables, right? The 7 should be in the maximum variable. The 2 should be in the minimum because 7 is larger than 2. And also we want to make sure that the initial value of none gets overwritten. So this was our initial test. And then once we, felt that worked, then we expanded it to more pure numeric values. And then we had a bug to fix there, right? So imagine if we tried to test the full list we wouldn't have necessarily known where the problem was or what caused it. But because we narrowed down our testing to test very specific aspects of the code one at a time, we were able to quickly identify the problem and fix it. So when you're doing your own testing, make sure that you're starting out testing very simple cases. And that's a mistake that a lot of newer developers make, is that they'll build out a whole big elaborate code first, and then when they test it, it makes it really hard to identify where the problem is. Versus, okay, I want to build specific test cases for very specific parts of my code so I can quickly identify where the issues lie, because bugs are pretty much inevitable. Yeah. Matthias says, "Is it weird that I like testing and debugging?" No, I don't think it's weird. Maybe you'll end up as a QA engineer. You never know. I mean, there's whole careers that get built off of finding the best ways to test complex code, and that's what QA engineers do. So there's a career for that. All right, so we got it. Good job, us. We know we're masters of loops now. But this was a really good challenge. I like this one a lot because it tested various aspects of things we've learned so far, like how to handle inputs, how to do if statements, breakpoints, try catch, nested if statements, and loops. Josh Clark says, in this code, what if we lead with the minimum? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. What do you mean by lead with? Do you mean print the minimum value first? Wouldn't the first if catch the minimum and not assign it to the smallest? I don't think so, because these two ifs aren't nested within each other, right? So this it's not going to the next loop once this if is done. It's still going to run through both ifs. It's still gonna go into both ifs, because we don't. If we put a continue here, if we did this, then it would stop the loop and go back up top here. It would stop if we had a continue right there. It would say, all right, I've done this if statement. I'm done. I'm going back to the top of the loop, but it should still execute them both, because we're just going to continue until we hit the end of the loop. Right. The first loop should have the number 7 in both the largest and the smallest. So let's do that really quickly. Let's prove that. That's not too hard to prove. We can just say print. We're just going to print largest and smallest at each point. Print largest to show the value of largest and smallest at each loop. Okay, and we're going to say, actually, we're going to do this. Print this. But yeah, these are all good things to investigate and check and understand. And the best way to do it is by testing it out. Okay, so this should be a pretty good indicator. All right, so we'll start with 7. And then 2, 10. We're just going to do numbers this time, and 4. And then done. Okay, so notice how this behaves. In the first loop, we start out with both the values of largest and smallest being none. So on the first loop, largest and smallest both get assigned the value 7. So see how it's actually it is executing both if statements. So this is the first loop. Now, in the second loop, what happens? We've entered a 2. So it executes the first if statement, and it says, all right, is 2 larger than 7? No. Okay, then it skips this if statement. It goes on to the next one. However, is 2 smaller than 7? Yes, it is. So it reassigns the value of smallest to 2 and prints it out. Now, in the third loop, is 10 larger than 7? Why, yes, it is. And so we print that out. However, is 10 smaller than 2? No, it's not. So we don't reassign it, and we don't print it. So you can see here how it's executing both if statements each time, but it's not always, actually doing the body of it. It just depends on whether that if statement is true or not. Does that make sense, Josh Clark? Does that help? Matthias is asking about if we returned a value instead of printing it. Yeah, so we could do that, but we would have to turn this into a function, and then we would have to call the function. So that could be done, yes. But we would need to define a function around this statement, and then call the function and have that function explicitly return and then print. So we would actually have to call the function inside of a print statement to print the return value of the function. Okay, good. I'm glad that makes sense. Yep. But yeah, when in doubt, add a console log, see what it's doing. 7, 2, Bob, 10, 4. Done. Ta-da. Awesome. Okay. Let's do the quiz. Nil says, so I have until next Sunday to catch up where you're at so I can follow along. Absolutely. Yeah. You can see the past streams on my video, on the videos tab of my channel. They're right here on Twitch. All right. First off, what is wrong with this Python loop? First, we declare n is equal to 5, and then while n is greater than 0, we print n, and then when the loop is over, we print all done. So while is not, so our choices are A, while is not a reserved Python word. B, there should be no colon on the while statement. C, this loop will run forever. Or D, the print all done statement should be indented 4 spaces. What do we think? What's wrong with this statement? Yeah, I'm thinking C, that this loop will run forever. Why? Because yeah, n is our iterator is never updated. We never decrease it in value, so it will always be greater than 0. Infinite loop, baby. All right, question 2. Yeah, we need a decrement, exactly. What does the break statement do? A, exits the currently executing loop. B, exits the program. C, resets the iteration value to its initial value. Or D, jumps to the top of the loop and starts the next iteration. What do we think? What does a break statement do in Python? Okay, we got a couple folks saying A. Anybody else? And it's okay to, if you don't agree with the majority, it's okay to say that too. Just do what you think is the right answer. And then we'll talk through how we do these quizzes is, we read out the question, we think about the answer, we throw out our best guesses, and then we talk through what we think is the best solution. It breaks things. It does though, right? A break statement does break things. Any other guesses? Budin LBN, by the way, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Okay, I'm thinking that this is A as well. So as we saw, hey, Leon, they say, hi, are you learning Python? I am, yeah. So I am my day job, I'm a data professional, I'm a data engineer. And I primarily use SQL at my job, but I think that Python would be useful to know because it's such a good language for data analysis. I already know a few languages. Prakash, thank you so much for the follow. I already know a couple of other languages like JavaScript and C#, but I think that Python will really be useful for my specific, work needs. But yeah, good to have you here, Leon. Oh, you use it for AI? That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really good for crunching data. But yeah, I think that the break statement is going to exit the currently executing loop. Now, a potential, somebody might say, well, it exits the program. But in this case, I think the best answer based on what we've been using it for is exit currently executing loop, because program could mean a lot of things. It's not very clear what that is even saying. And so I think the best answer here is this one. Hey, Prakash. Yeah, we're doing a wonderful free course called Python for Everybody. It's completely free. You can start doing it right now if you'd like. And if you'd like to learn other languages like C++ or Postgres, or I forget, there might be a few others. The person that made this course also has some other excellent free courses as well. So feel free to pick up whatever you fancy if you want to learn a new language, as long as you don't have to pay for it. So lovely free resources. Just don't pay money for courses like this. So many people out here are teaching this kind of stuff for free. Josh says, I'm actually working on C# now. Yeah, C# is great. I've mainly used it, C#.net, to build desktop applications for my work, for internal tools. But yeah, it's been fun. It's very familiar syntax to something like JavaScript because it's C based. So yeah, C# is fun. Since I'm a back end engineer, all my desktop applications look like they're straight out of Windows 95. Classic menus and everything. It's a good look. Anyway, what does the continue statement do? A, exits the program. B, jumps to the top of the loop and starts the next iteration. C, exits the currently executing loop. Or D, resets the iteration value to its initial value. Yeah, we got some folks saying B. What do we think? Leon says, and when you know Python, you know all algorithm language. It's not just the same syntax. It's just not the same syntax. I'm currently in C++ project for final module for school. Oh, that's awesome, Leon. Yeah, and that's very true. We kind of talked about that before you got here, is that once you know one language, it really doesn't matter what it is. Once you know one language, it's much easier to learn additional languages. For example, SQL is a database language. It's a declarative language. It's very different from a lot of other languages in terms of how it's written, but still the concepts apply. Even to, something like JavaScript or Python. It's all the same stuff under the hood. We're just making rocks think here. It's all the same stuff under the hood, and it makes it a lot easier to learn other things. Windows 95 apps were peak physical form. They were. You don't need anything more than that. Yeah, we got folks saying B here, and I agree. The continue jumps to the top of the loop and starts the next iteration, right? None of these other ones really apply. I don't think so. B is the best answer. Neil Rico, you started with VB.net, learned C# from there. Ooh, I have to check that out. I just basically learned C# by learning JavaScript first, and then having some actual VB code to compare against, and then frantically Googling for syntax. Just Googling what I was trying to do, and then, applying that to what I was trying to build. So I learned it in a very janky way, but I'll have to check out VB.net. Thank you for that. Oh, you started with VB.net as your language. Yeah, well, actually, I did too. That's right, I did too, because what got me started building desktop applications was it basically looking at somebody else's code they'd written all the applications in VB.net, which of course is kind of deprecated. Not really, but it's no longer being maintained. VB.net is. It's considered out of fashion. But I mean, this person was still writing applications in VB.net like today, right now. And then they retired, and I was asked to maintain all of their applications, and immediately I was like, oh no. And so I started rewriting them in C#, converting them to C#, and then writing my own applications in C#, something that was actually being maintained. Yeah. Because he also wrote all the VB.net applications in .NET 4.0, which is also not being maintained and is horribly out of date. So I've started porting everything to C# and to the modern versions of .NET. But I still have to maintain stuff that's in C# because I haven't been able to rewrite it yet. So yeah, it's been a journey. You had a course in Windows 3.1. Nice. You also make your front ends in Win95.css. Yeah, I mean, I use what is it? Like just forms in Visual Studio, which is the classic Windows 95 like format. It's great. You don't need anything better than that. Windows 95 was, yeah, it was the peak, was the pinnacle of UI design. Okay. Let's go to the next question. I could talk about this forever. What does the following Python program print out? We declare the value of total first, and then for I in this list of values, we increment the value of total by 1. Print tot. Okay, so for I in this list, total equals total plus 1, and then we print the value of total. So what will we end up with here? Will it be 10, 5, 15, or 0? We got a couple different guesses here. We got D, we got B. What do we think? Is it D or B? Any other guesses? High five. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I do think it's B. But let's test it really quickly to understand why that is. But yeah, I do believe it's B. So I'm going to run it in the interpreter here real quick. And print tot. Yeah, it is 5. And the reason is because we're declaring it outside the loop here, and then this is just a simple increment. So as it loops through, each time it hits the loop, it increments the value of total by 1, and then we print it when we're done. So yep, I think that's 5. What is the iteration variable in the following Python code? We declare our list of friends, and then for friend in friends, we print Happy New Year, comma friend, and then when the loop is over, we print done. So what is the iteration variable? No, no worries, Matthias. That's why we test things, right? So is it Joseph, Glenn, Sally, or friend? What is the iteration iteration variable? Yeah, we got folks saying the iteration variable is friend. Yeah, Orzo says friend. Yep. I think I would agree with that. It's the iterator. Yeah, Yad says friend. Yep. I think this is the iterator variable. Each of these are the values we're iterating through, right? But this is the actual iterator. So I would agree. What is a good description of the following bit of Python code? We declare the value of Zork equals 0, and then for thing in a list of values, we set the value of Zork equals Zork plus thing, and then once the loop is over, we print after comma Zork. So what is this doing? Is it finding the smallest item in a list, computing the average of the elements in a list, summing the elements in a list, or counting the elements in the list? What is it doing? Is it finding the smallest, doing the average, summing, or counting? Yeah, I would agree. If folks are saying C or sum, I would agree that it is summing the values in the list. Because again, we're not doing a count. This one up here was doing a count, just incrementing the value. But here we're actually keeping a running total and adding the value we're iterating through each time we enter this loop. So, yep. What will the following code print out? And it does say that this is a trick question, so pay attention carefully. So we declare the value of smallest so far equal to -1. And then for each number in a list of values, we're saying if the number is less than the value of smallest so far, then we reassign the value of smallest so far to that number. And when the loop is over, we print the smallest value. So is it going to be 42, -1, 74, or 3? What do we think? Yeah, folks are saying it's going to be -1. Yep. And I would agree because none of the values in this list are smaller than -1. And so the smallest so far is always going to be -1. Yep. Calvin says any good C# courses are places to learn it. My experience is Python, JavaScript, React, TypeScript, and recently got assigned a C# project. Well, good news is if you're already familiar with C-based languages like JavaScript and Python, you'll be fine doing C#. It's going to look very familiar. A lot of the syntax is going to be very familiar. A lot of the things you can do with it are going to be very familiar. So you won't have a very hard time, I don't think. As far as C# courses, I mean, I would look in the usual places like Free Code Camp. Like I say, I never really took a C# course. I just kind of, frantically Googled and banged my head against the wall. But if you want to be smarter about it, you could probably find some good resources on Free Code Camp. But anybody else in chat, feel free to suggest any, resources you might have. Microsoft. Oh yeah, that's a great. Thank you for reminding me about that, Sagama. Yes, absolutely. I would highly recommend Microsoft Learn. Microsoft really pushes C#. I mean, it's like Microsoft's language. So yeah, check out Microsoft Learn. They have resources on doing anything that you would ever want with C#. I actually forgot. I did use Microsoft Learn for some of the things when I was picking up C#. So yep, 100%. That's where you should go is Microsoft Learn. They've got video courses, they've got written documentation, they've got examples, anything you could want to know, they'll tell you how to do it. And especially how to work it with C# in Visual Studio. If you want to build full applications, they will tell you how to do it. Yeah, Free Code Camp and Microsoft Learn, you're good to go. But yeah, I don't think you'll have much of a problem given your languages you already know. All right, next one. What is a good statement to describe the is operator as used in the following if statement? So if smallest is none, then smallest equals to value. So what is the is operator doing here? Does it match both type and value? Looks up none in the smallest variable if it is a string, is true if the smallest variable has a value of -1, or the if statement is a syntax error. What do we think is happening here? Oh, and Null Recall also recommends C# Fundamentals for Absolute Beginners by Bob Tabor. Okay, yeah, definitely check that out as well. Thank you, Null Recall. What do we think? This one's a little harder because we didn't explicitly cover this necessarily, but so we have the is keyword here, matches both type and value, looks up none in the smallest variable if it is a string, is true if the smallest variable has a value of -1, or the if statement is a syntax error. So this one we can kind of figure out, I think, by the process of elimination. Is true if the smallest variable has a value of -1. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's a syntax error. I think this will run. Matches both type and value. I'm thinking A here. I'm thinking A. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm thinking A because we haven't really covered the is keyword necessarily yet. I think it was touched on briefly in a previous lesson, but I believe it's type and value. We'll see if we're right. Yeah. We'll see if we're right. Somebody can Google it on the side if you want, but we're gonna go with A. This one makes the most sense to me. All right. Which reserved word indicates the start of an indefinite loop in Python? So remember, there were two types of loops. We had, definite and indefinite loops. So what reserved word indicates the start of an indefinite loop? Is it break, indef, while, for, or def? Yeah, we got folks saying C, while. Yeah, and I think I would agree with that. I think I would agree with that because, some of these aren't loops, right? This one's not a loop. That's not a loop. That's not a loop. So our only choices are while or for, and we know that for is a definite loop because we're working off of a defined set when the loop begins. Leon says, do you know coding game? No, I don't know. What is that, Leon? Cocktail, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, last question. How many times will the body of the following loop be executed? We start off with n equals 0, and while n is greater than 0, we print lather, then print rinse, and then when the loop is over, we print dry off. So how many times will it be executed? Is it 0? This loop is infinite, 1, or 5? What do we think? Yes, technically n times, but in this case, n is 0, and n is never going to be greater than 0, right? So in this case, it will be executed 0 times, I believe, as y'all have said. I agree with that. 0 times. Thank you so much for the follow, Michael Scheffenacker. Good to have you here. All right, let's submit this. Let's see what our score is like. I think I'm really only iffy on that one question, so I'm happy with that. So let's submit it and see what we get. If we missed any, it's going to make us wait 10 minutes before we can take it again. And so we have time to look up what we got wrong and redo it and get them all right the second time. Yeah. First try. Let's go. Good job, everybody. We got 100% on the quiz. Got a good understanding of the material. First try, indeed. Yes, Matthias. Yay, now I can make a Python. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Leon. So I am familiar with LeetCode and Code Wars, which sound very similar to that platform. Yeah. So yeah, there's lots of platforms out there for coding games and coding assessments. And yeah, sometimes they do come up in interviews, like you say, stuff like LeetCode or Code Wars. You get asked those little self-contained coding questions. And so it's good to know how to solve those and how to solve them under pressure as well. Yep. All right. So good on us. Let's move on to the next lesson. But we are going to take a break. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about strings. So this is a good spot for a break. Noel says it's all you on the 100%. No, I don't think so. I asked you guys to answer it first, and then I just, either agreed or disagreed with the answer. So, alrighty. So when we come back, we're going to look at strings and how we use them. Now, strings are really, for me, strings are kind of fascinating, the way that you can interact with them in code. Even in, JavaScript, we can do a lot of funky things with strings. And in Python, working with strings is really important because, again, Python is used for a lot of things like data scraping, for scraping websites, for analyzing the contents of files, for modifying files, for working with large amounts of data, including, textual data, text-based data, data in strings, cleaning data, that type of thing. And so working with strings in Python is kind of an integral part of data analytics. So this is where we're kind of actually getting into some really useful stuff and some real business cases for using Python. Yeah, and Matthias says, I'm super interested in how Python deals differently with strings than JavaScript. Yeah. So when I was looking ahead at the lesson, there's a lot of similarities, but there's some differences that I really like in the way that Python interacts with strings. So little spoiler alert there. There's some really cool things that Python can do with strings that's a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit smoother than JavaScript. So we'll see all that when we come back from our 5-minute break. So make sure you get hydrated, and I'll answer any questions in chat when we come back. Alrighty, see you soon. Alrighty, folks, I was a little bit slow on the reminder, but come on back if you're coming back. Remember to grab a glass of water, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, folks, welcome back, everybody. I was waiting on my kettle to boil, but trying to make a fresh cup of tea up in here. Hey, Sonic Toes, welcome to the stream. They say, is the UX Pi? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Are you asking if this website was written in Python? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Good to have you. Yeah, not quite sure what you're asking. Okay. Oh, yeah. So this website was actually built on an open source platform. See, if I think we go here, we can see. It was built on an open source platform called Tsugi, which is right here. So everybody can build their own platforms if they want to using this tool. But it was actually, it's built in PHP, I believe, is the primary stack. Let's see. But yeah, you can see, how to, there's documentation, there's tutorials, there's a bunch of repositories in GitHub. But yeah, you can use Python to interact with APIs and things. That's actually something we're going to cover later in this course. So heading over here to the lessons, you can do object-oriented programming in Python. And, interact with databases, interact with web services, that type of thing. Yeah, Python's pretty versatile, actually. Yeah, no, there's plenty of other languages besides JavaScript that you can use to interact with, to build backends for projects. I would say that, JavaScript is probably one of the more common ones, but there's plenty of other languages that can do it. Yeah. Yep. Python and languages like Python and JavaScript are kind of multi-purpose languages, they can do a lot of different things. And I think that's primarily because they are, so easy to pick up and so flexible that you can make them do lots of different things. All right, let's head into the next lesson. But yeah, this actual website is built with PHP. If you want to learn PHP, I believe Dr. Chuck actually has a course on it. But I mean, JavaScript works just as well for building this type of stuff as well. So whatever, there's no perfect stack that can do everything, but it more relies on, does your stack have the tools that you need to accomplish the goal that you want to accomplish? And also, it's always easier to build things in languages you already know, right? So, all right, let's get into strings. I'm thinking with what we're going to do with this lesson is we'll probably cover the material, and then once we finish covering the material, we'll probably hold off on the exercises and the quizzes, and we'll do those at the start of the lesson next week. So that's a really good test for us. After we finish the material, we will then, have to wait a week, and then we'll take the quiz and do the exercises and see how much we really remember and whether we need to review some stuff. So that's probably what we'll do with that. Matthias says, do we have a talk about everything thing after the course today? Probably a little bit, depending on how long this takes. I don't know. Hey, Irfam, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow. And Ahmed, I don't think I thanked you. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Set up your Anki decks. Yeah, I mean, really, that's one of the most useful things you can do for yourself is after you learn something, revisiting it at a later date will really tell you whether or not you actually learned it or whether you just read it and forgot about it. All right, so strings. We already kind of know what strings are, but the definition is that strings are a sequence of characters. And you can access the characters one at a time with the bracket operator. And essentially what that's doing is it's just finding the value at the particular index of the string. So the second statement extracts the character at index 1 from the fruit variable and assigns it to the letter variable. And as you know, many of us probably already know what indexes are if you're familiar with JavaScript or another language that uses lists or arrays. But if we print the value at index 1, it's going to be A, because we start at index 0 and the second item is at index 1. So as you know, as we're already familiar with from JavaScript, Python is also a zero-based index language. Yep, it's also zero indexed indeed. So if we've already come to terms with that little mental gymnastics there, we're already familiar with this concept. You can use any expression, including variables and operators, as an index, but the value of the index itself has to be an integer, right? So if we can't do index 1.5 because that doesn't exist. The indices are actual integers. Pretty Hardy, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Now, just like in JavaScript, we can also get the length of a string using length, or len. So it's a built-in function. And so earlier in the stream, we were talking about how do we call a function? Well, we call a function with parentheses, and we can call, just like in JavaScript, we can call a function that we've defined ourselves, or we can call a built-in function. In this case, len is a built-in function, and that just allows us to get the length of whatever string is passed in. Now, length here, just like in JavaScript, is identifying the length in characters, so not the length in words. And what's interesting to me anyway is that some languages use this abbreviation, len, for length, whereas some actually make you spell it out. So for example, some flavors of SQL actually make you spell out the word length, and some flavors of SQL use len. So even within like SQL, there's differences in how you can determine the length of something. I believe, let's see. So Oracle SQL spells out the word length, but let's see what I think Microsoft SQL does len for length. So yeah, it's going to vary. Oh yes, and JavaScript actually makes you spell length. Pretty Hardy says Python is similar to C. Yeah, and that is correct, because Python is actually based, like it's actually under the hood, it's running C. Yep, so that's why it's similar. So how do we get the last letter of a string? Well, you might say, okay, I get the length, and then I say, all right, get the, find the index at the full length of fruit, and then it's going to say string index is out of range. So if we set the length variable equal to the full length of the word fruit, and then we try to find the value at the index equal to the length of fruit, it's going to say string index is out of range. Why is that? Yeah, it's zero-based, right? Yeah, it's zero-based indexing. So if the length of fruit is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that'll return 5. But there's nothing at index 5 in the actual word fruit because it's zero-based. Yeah. So just like with JavaScript, again, another comparison here, we can retrieve the last value. We just have to subtract 1 from the length. So pretty easy to do. Because a string is, and also too, yeah, you can also, subtract 1 or 2 or 3 to get to a particular index, working from right to left in a word. We can also traverse through a string with a loop, because a string is a definite set of characters. So we can traverse through it just like we would, a list or array or whatever. A lot of computations involve processing a string one character at a time. They start at the beginning, select each character in turn, do something to it, and continue to the end. This is called a traversal. We are traversing the length of the string. So we could do it with a while loop, basically saying while the current index is less than the length of the string we're processing, then we essentially print each letter and increment our index by 1 and then go back to the beginning. So it's going to display each letter on a line by itself. Pretty Hardy says, can I use the IDE MSVS for Python? Are you talking about VS Code? Because yes, you can absolutely do absolutely do Python and VS Code. That's actually what we're doing over here. We've already done some Python scripts. Oh, Visual Studio? Yeah, absolutely. If you can do it in VS Code, you can absolutely do it in Visual Studio. But yeah, you don't even have to use Visual Studio. You can use something more lightweight if you want to, like VS Code. Because Visual Studio, and if anybody out in chat isn't aware, Microsoft Visual Studio and then Microsoft Visual Studio Code are two completely different programs with different use cases, because Microsoft is always going to make things confusing. They can never make anything easy. So two very different programs. VS Code is free. And it's a very lightweight IDE and code editor. It's very common. Visual Studio does have a free version for like individual based projects, but it's much heavier. It's a much heavier piece of software, and it's more for building like full applications, like desktop applications, because it allows you to build user interfaces in Visual Studio. You can build user interfaces, do the UX design and deploy the whole package. So it's definitely more full featured in that regard. But yeah, you can do either. You can use whatever IDE you want. Most of them will support Python. All right, so we can traverse through a string with a loop because, it's something that we can loop through each index value and do something to the character at each index. So we can write a while loop that starts at the last character in a string and works its way backward to the first character, printing each letter on a separate line except backwards. Thank you for the follows, Wes Rain and Velush. Thank you so much for being here. So in this case, we can do a while loop. So it's kind of interesting to have an exercise in the middle here, but let's go ahead and do it. So we can kind of copy what's already here. I think and essentially we can, we'll just say index equals, we'll want to start at the end of the word. So we're going to start at length of fruit -1, like so. And then, I didn't pass in the word fruit, so hang on. Index equals -1. Oh. Oh, I know what I did. Duh. Length of fruit. Let me try it. The third time's a charm, maybe. Fruit -1. Or not. Oh, this time I didn't even close my thing. Oh, geez. All right, -1. There we go. Print that. Okay, 4. So that's the index of the last character. That'll be our starter for this. So for our while loop, we can say while. So in this case, if we want to loop backwards through the word, what is our iterator going to be? What is our true false check going to be here to figure out whether or not we initialize the loop? So while what? If we want to loop backwards through the word, what is it going to be? While while index is what? We're looping backwards. We've already assigned the starter value of index, right? We've set it to the length of fruit minus 1, so the last index of the word fruit. Cocktail Fig, welcome to the stream. They say less than 4. So let's think about what would happen if we did that. So while index is less than 4, well, let's go ahead and just write this out, and we'll see what happens. So while index is less than 4, and then we want to print each letter. Just copy this. And then print the letter. And then we want to decrement the value of index, right? So just reading this, while index is less than 4, what's going to happen? So our first loop, index value is equal to 4. So we say, all right, while 4 is less than 4, what's going to happen? Is 4 less than 4? Yeah, it'll just skip the loop. It won't even run, right? So less than 4, maybe not going to work, but oh yeah, no, it's all good. That's why we want to like really think through these things and test them out and see what happens. All right. Null Recall says while index is greater than or equal to the length. That's a decent guess, but we might encounter the same problem, right? What's going to happen on the first loop? All right, index is 4. So if we say, let's write that out real quick. So while index is greater than or equal to 4, then we're going to okay, what'll happen with this one? So index starts out with a value of 4. And we go into the first loop, we print the first letter, and then we decrease index by 1. So what's going to happen on the second loop? Yeah, it's only going to run once. Exactly. You're right, Kobinja. Welcome to the stream, by the way. So that's only going to run once. So maybe that's still not quite the right answer. Les Carbonauer says while index is greater than or equal to 0. Let's try that. All right. While index is greater than or equal to 0. And I know it says fruit is not defined. That's fine. We just haven't, we haven't, we've just written in a slightly different way. But while index is greater than or equal to 0. So what happens when we do this? And I'm going to test something here too. I want to see if I can just do fruit index. And then print letter. And then decrement index by 1. Oh, hey, look at that. So when we run it this way, it loops backwards to the word and it stops once it gets to F. So let's talk about why this worked and why it needs to be greater than or equal to 0. So the value of index starts at 4 because we want to loop backwards through the word. So we identified index as the last index of the word fruit. And the last index of the word fruit is at index 4. And we want to keep looping backwards through the word fruit until we get to the first letter, and then we want to stop. And so we know that the first letter in the word fruit is at index 0, right? And so our goal is to stop after we loop through index 0. So in this case, since we're looping backwards, we want to say, okay, while index is greater than or equal to 0, print the letter of the index that we're at. So each letter is the letter at the appropriate index in the word fruit. We print it, and then we decrease the index by 1. So when we finally get to index 0, we still print it because we want to. We want to print that F. But when we decrease it again and it goes to -1, this is no longer true, and we exit the loop. Yeah. If we just did greater than 0, then as Les said, we would end up skipping the value of F. Okay? And we can prove that real quick by doing this. Mm-hmm. What? Oh, because I already decreased the value of index. So it's not even going to work. I got to reassign index. Hang on. We'll just say index equals 4, reassign it, and then we'll just run this again. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so now when we run it with greater than 0, when we run it with greater than 0, see what we get. We don't print the F. We don't print the F because we're skipping the letter at index 0 because we stop the loop before we get there. So I hope that makes sense. Now you need to be, so null recall, you're saying index equals length my name, but that's not going to work because, oh, well, you're doing a print on index -1. Okay, so you can do that if you wanted. You could set the value of, you could set this value here, fruit index -1, and that would work. It just depends on how you want to think about it. But yeah, I see what you're doing there. But still, in this case, the way we have it written, like so, we would need to include index 0 in order to work as written. So yeah, that was a great exercise to do. Really made us, make sure that we understand what we're trying to do here, right? So that's why you always want to stop and do the exercises if you can. All right, now let's look at slices. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, again, you're probably familiar with slices. It essentially just takes a part of a string, starting at the index you specify and ending at the index you specify. So it's just like taking a slice of bread or a slice of an orange. You're taking a small part of a larger thing and doing something with it. Munirat, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. So a segment of a string is called a slice, and selecting a slice is similar to selecting a character, except our notation is slightly different. So in this case, if we print the slice 0:5 of this particular string, we get the word Monty. So let's count that out. So we get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we get the values from index 0 to index 4. So again, this is very similar to JavaScript in that you get the inclusive value of the first index and the exclusive value of the second one. So you specify the index where you want to start and then the index after where you want to end. And that's exactly the same way that slice in JavaScript behaves as well, which is nice. And the same here, we start at index 6, and then we end prior to index 12. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's only 11 index values in Monty Python. And so if we end with a value of 12 here, we're stopping on the value before, so index 11. So this operator returns this part of the string from the nth character to the nth character, including the first but excluding the last. So if you omit the first index before the colon, the slice starts at the beginning of the string. If you omit the second index, the slice goes to the end. So in this case, if we do fruit at index colon 3, we get everything from the start of the word to the value n. So 0, 1, 2, and we stop. However, if we do the reverse and we do fruit 3 colon, then we get everything from index 3 onward. If the first index is greater than or equal to the second, the result is an empty string represented by 2 quotation marks. So there's no indexes between these two, so we simply return an empty string. And Matthias asked, does 0, -1 cut off the last character like in JavaScript? Well, let's try it. So let's take the word fruit again. We'll say fruit like so, and we'll do colon -1. Let's see what that does. Yeah, it does. So see here how what it ends up printing is the word fruit without the T. So just like we're familiar with in JavaScript, it's going to cut off the last letter. All right, give me 1 second. I got to fix something here. Here you go, buddy. Come on. Come on. My dog was lying on the couch that's next to me, and he knocked over one of the cushions, and he didn't know what to do. So I had to fix the cushion so that he could get back on the couch. And now he's standing right in front of my legs. Yeah, we spilled the tea and got fruit. Exactly. Let's spill some tea. Yeah, I really like this syntax. I think it's much more intuitive. Like as Null Recall said, it's so much more awesome than things like mid, substring, left, right, and even like the JavaScript syntax. It's much, in my opinion, this is much easier than the slice keyword. You're just using direct array notation. You're just adding a colon. You're just specifying, where you want to start, where you want to end. And yeah, it works great. So next exercise, given that fruit is a string, what does fruit colon mean? So let's try that. What does that do? Let's say, all right, fruit, and then colon, bracket, bracket. That just prints the word. It doesn't slice anything. Hey, Engo, welcome to the stream. Hey, No Life. Good to have you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. My dog is getting really pushy because he doesn't know that it is daylight savings time, and he thinks that my stream should be over. So he's literally shoving himself up against my legs, wanting me to give him attention. Slightly distracting. Buddy, what are you doing? I know. It's daylight savings time, buddy. You don't understand. I know. Yeah, my dog is very confused. He doesn't understand why everything's an hour later, and frankly, neither do I. Anyway, now, strings are immutable. Now, we may have heard that word before when we're dealing with JavaScript. Let me take a quick hydrate here. But let's have a quick reminder on what that word means. Oh, Thigh-Hops, welcome to the stream. Hello. They say, hello, came from Leon after he gave you a shout out. Glad to be here. Good to have you here. Yeah, so if you're doing 100 devs, We are learning Python right now, which is actually not part of the 100 Devs curriculum, but you're welcome to stick around with us if you would like. If you want to see my streams on JavaScript and building JavaScript projects and doing the 100 Devs homework, you are welcome to look at my YouTube archive where I have all of my past streams on JavaScript, including the 100 Devs homeworks. So if you want to see that, you can do exclamation point YouTube in chat. That'll give you a link to my YouTube channel where you can go and see my archive and some of my JavaScript streams. All right, so what does immutability mean? Immutability means essentially that it can't be changed. So it's unchangeable. So it's tempting to use the operator on a left side of an assignment with the intention of changing a character in a string. So in this example, they're like, well, we've got this string, hello world. What if I reassign the first value to be a J? And we can't do that. We can't take a string and change a part of it by just reassigning it based on its index value. The object in this case is the string, and the item is the character you tried to assign. An item is one of the values in a sequence. So strings are immutable. You can't change an existing one. But you can create a new string that's a variation on the original. So in this case, instead of trying to reassign the original string, you can say, all right, well, let's take the letter J and then everything from the second letter onward and concatenate those two together, and then print Jello world. Yeah, we always return a new string, exactly. So it has no effect on the original string. We are simply generating a new one with the changes that we want. So just like in, when dealing with a regular list, you can also loop through and count within a string. This program counts the number of times the letter A appears in a string. This can be very useful when doing data analytics. So if you're looking for the number of occurrences of a keyword or of a specific letter or something like a special character maybe, one of the things that I struggle with quite a bit at my job in doing data engineering and data analysis and data cleaning is dealing with special characters. We have a lot of like user entered fields, and a lot of the times they'll try to do things like put emojis in or, use LaTeX for scientific notation, or just, put in HTML tags. HTML tags are a big problem. They'll put in, formatted text that's formatted in HTML in a field that can't handle it. And then we end up with HTML tags just spilling out everywhere. And so, this type of thing could be useful for, all right, how many times have we encountered HTML tags in this file? Stuff like that. So we have a word here, we initialize the count variable, and then we can loop through it just like we would a list of values. So our variable count is initialized to 0 and then incremented each time an A is found. And then count contains the total number of A's at the end. So we can encapsulate this code in a function and generalize it so it accepts the string and letter as arguments. So yep, that is something we can do. We'll just create a new file here real quick and say, we'll call it letter count. We can copy this and paste it in. And so to define a function, we can use the keyword def. We'll call it letter count, and it will take, let's see, what do they want? String and letter as arguments. So we'll say string, letter are going to be our parameters. We're going to pass those in as arguments. Actually, I'm going to say this, just not to confuse it with what's already in there. So these are our two parameters. And then colon. So our word is going to be whatever gets passed in, the value of string. Count is going to be 0 still. And then for, actually this can be letter. Yeah, that's fine. Or letter in word. Oh wait, no, hang on. Nope. if letter equals whatever letter we're looking for. So if letter equals the value that we're specifically looking for, that the user says we're looking for, then we increment our count by 1, and then we return the value of count. So instead of print here, we want to say return count, and then we exit the function. All right, so let's see if this works. We'll save it. I have not done this before, haven't tested it. We're coding on the fly here, people. All right, so I'm going to quit the interpreter. Oh, no, this is fine. So essentially, I just have an extra step in here that isn't necessarily needed, but I'm just kind of keeping it with the original structure. So I'm taking the value of string, whatever they pass in, and reassigning it to the variable of word. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if this works. Let's see, I'm going to take, see, I can actually do an immediate, actually, I'm going to do an immediate function call here. I'll just call it on print, and we'll pass in banana as a string, and we'll say we're going to look for, we'll look for A's. Yeah. So it should be 3. Save that. Yep. So when I run my function here, it's going to run that, and then at the end, it's going to print out 3. So I could change this to be, I don't know, Annapolis, still looking for A's. So now we would expect to get 2. Oh, because it's case sensitive. So yep, we got 1 because we have an uppercase and a lowercase. Now, if we wanted to be more fine tuned about that, we could do something like regex, right? But in this case, it's only specifically looking for lowercase A's, and so the answer we get is 1. Matthias says we cannot grab the index in these while loops, right? Not quite sure what you're asking there. I mean, we could get the index if we wanted, if we needed it for something, but in this case, we don't really need it because we're just doing a count. We just want to know at the end how many were in there. Now, so in the original one here, you can see that it ends with printing the value of count. But here, I changed it to a return, and then I did the print down here. So why did I do that? Why did I change this to a return value and then move the print down here? Why did I have to do that? I didn't really talk about that while I was doing it, but why did I do that? We kind of touched on this earlier, but I want to revisit it. Spaced repetition. Why did I change the format in this way? Coben just says because the exercise asked you to. Hey, that's a decent answer. Technically, yes, because the exercise asked us to put it in a function, right? So I put it in a function, but still, why did I do it this way? I mean, that's decent, yeah. To call the method. Yeah, well, so, yeah, essentially, yeah. So essentially, I wanted to call my function pass in the values that I wanted to pass in, and then, print the answer based on what I passed in. Yeah. So essentially I moved the print out because my function is just returning a value. It's not, I need to print the result based on what I pass into the function. Yeah, based on the arguments that I passed in, and then print that. Although Kobinja's answer, I think, is the best one because it said so. Exactly. And that, yes, as Null says, and you might use that value for some other use other than just printing it out. Remember how when we talked about functions last week, there were two different types of functions, right? There's fruitful functions, functions that actually do something, and then there's void functions, functions that don't return anything. Euler says, or Euler says, Dr. Chuck's course. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's Dr. Chuck's course. We're having a lot of fun with it so far. It's good stuff. I'm enjoying it. So in this case, I wanted to make a function, a fruitful function, a function that actually returns something, because you want to make sure that your function, could be used for a variety of ways, right? That's kind of the purpose of a function. You can call it over and over again. You can use it for a variety of purposes. And so I may not always just want to print the value. I might want to use it in another function, right? And if I don't return it, then it can't ever be used anywhere else. So yeah, so in this case, I did a return so that I can print it here, but I could also potentially use it in some other way if I wanted to. Okay, now let's talk about the in operator. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Euler. So the in operator is a Boolean operator that takes two strings and returns true if the first appears as a substring in the second. So it's basically saying if A is in banana, then true. This one is saying if seed is in banana, then false. So it's kind of like almost like an abbreviated if statement a little bit. It's just kind of a lovely little keyword shorthand. Return, my functions always include return something, you idiot. Yeah, it's in general, if you can have your function return something, then it becomes a lot more useful. So in could be a very useful keyword for us. A nice shorthand for just quickly assessing whether or not a substring exists inside of a larger string. We can also do string comparisons. And Kampalo, thank you so much for the follow. Can't remember if I thanked you already, but I'm going to thank you again. So we can also do string comparisons. We can check if two strings are equal using the double equals operator, just like we can for numbers. Kobinja says the first string comparison example hurts Java devs. Why is that? I don't know Java, so I'm genuinely asking. We can do other comparisons. We can do less than, we can do greater than, helping us put them in alphabetical order. So we kind of saw a preview of this maybe last week, I think, looking to see, okay, where does the index of each letter fall in the alphabet? Looking at less than or greater than or equal to, in terms of, where does it fall in terms of the alphabetical index? And somebody also asked about uppercase and lowercase letters. In terms of alphabetical order in Python, all the uppercase letters come before all the lowercase letters. So in this case, if you start the word pineapple with a capital P, it'll come before banana with a lowercase b. So I think that's really important to remember, and it's probably something I will forget. I will probably have to be reminded by my code not working properly. And somebody else asked, can we do like a two upper, two lowercase thing to kind of even out the cases before we do that comparison? And the answer to that is yes, there's methods to do that kind of thing. And that's actually what we're going to talk about next. So excellent question. We are going to get to that. So a common way to address the problem is to convert strings to a standard format, such as all lowercase or all uppercase if you are old school and like looking at uppercase letters. Keep that in mind in case you have to defend yourself against a man armed with a pineapple. Kobinja says, in Java, you can't compare strings like this. You have to use fruit dot equals. Oh, okay. Yeah, each different language is going to have their quirks in the syntax and what they can and can't do, right? It is kind of interesting. So strings are Python objects, just like they are in JavaScript. You can use specific methods associated with those objects, right? So we have built-in functions that do something specific to that object. So methods are functions that are built into the object and are available to any instance of the object. Python has a function called dir that lists the methods available for an object. The type function shows the type of the object, and the dir function shows the available methods. So if we have a string, we can see that its type is string. And then we can also look at it directly and see all the methods we can use against it, which I think is pretty cool, actually. It's like a built-in kind of a help to be like, okay, based on the type of the thing I'm working with, what can I do with it? So let's test that really quickly. So py, I just want to see if I can do it straight against a string. So I'm going to say like dir and then just banana. Yeah, we can. So check out all the, I can move this over a little bit. Check out all the methods that we can do with a string. There's lots of them. Yeah, all uppercase was a SQL joke, definitely. Yep, Fortran, COBOL, SQL, all those old school languages. Monroe, thank you so much for the follow. Commander Jet Reno, thank you so much for the follows as well. Good to have you here, folks. So out of this whole list, we can use the capitalize method to return a capitalized version of the string. This will basically make the first character have an uppercase and the rest have lowercase. We can do, let's see, what are some other ones here? We can do checks like is upper, is lower. Ooh, swap case. That one looks interesting. I wonder what that does. But yeah, tons of built-in methods. Right, I really like this. It's really, really good for working with strings. And Dan says, I tried to use help console and the browser just laughed at me. Speaking of help, you can use help to get some simple documentation on a method. However, a better source of documentation for string methods would be this link right here, which takes you to python.org and shows you all the possible string methods that you can do and, their syntax and what it's for. So we were looking for something, if I search for the word upper, so that's the one we were just looking at. First character capitalized, rest lowercase. That checks it. Is it upper? Swap case. Return a copy of the string with uppercase characters converted to lowercase and vice versa. Oh, that's very useful. I like it. We can do title. Okay, here's what somebody was asking earlier. Can we do upper lowercase, do a conversion? And yes, we absolutely can. So in this case, we have the string and then dot upper and then parentheses. So that should do the conversion of a string from any other case into uppercase. Yeah, Kobinja, yeah, I would agree. Having dir can be useful if you have to deal with different API versions of a library without knowing which one is used. Yeah, I think it's probably most useful when you're dealing with a unfamiliar library and you're not quite sure what methods are built in. Yep. All right. So, for example, the method upper takes a string and returns a new string with all uppercase letters. So it is a slightly different syntax. We don't put the word upper inside the parentheses. We call word dot upper because it is a method. So we're familiar with method calls from JavaScript. And we use the dot to call a built-in method associated with the object. The method takes no argument, so empty parentheses. A method call is called an invocation. In this case, we would say we are invoking upper on the word. There's also a string method named find that searches for the position of one string within another, and that will print the index of that location. So for example, we were talking about earlier how Python might be useful in searching through a file to find maybe the first keyword. Well, in this case, we can search a word and find the first index of a particular character occurring within that word. And we print the index, it's 1. So A occurs for the first time at index 1. It can also do substrings as well as characters, and it can take a second argument of the index where it should start looking. So if we want to search for the substring NA, but only start at index 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, then it's going to find that substring starting at index 4. So that's pretty cool. We can say, all right, ignore the first part of the word and only start looking at the index that I specify. Now, this next method might be the most useful one of all, especially when you are dealing with customer entered data, data that doesn't come from an automated system, data that actually comes from real people, because real people gonna screw up white space. That is always gonna happen. And so something that's really useful is going to be the strip method, where it strips white space, spaces, tabs, or new lines. This is especially useful because people are going to put, enters where they shouldn't be, or return new lines where they shouldn't be. So you can use the strip method to essentially take out that extra white space from the left and right sides of the string. However, notice that it leaves the spaces in between the words. It just removes the white space from either side of the contiguous string. Yeah, Kobinja says, thanks for being here, Kobinja. They say every regex user can write a book about yesterday's failed attempts. Definitely. Yeah, regex is a trip, I'll tell you. Some other methods, such as starts with, return booleans. So does it starts with the word have? Return true. Does it start with a lowercase h? Return false. Yes, we do have trim in JavaScript. That's correct. I'm thinking in terms of like analyzing large files with Python, though, I really think, yeah, strip is going to be amazing. So starts with requires case to match. So sometimes we'll take a line and map it all to lowercase before we do any checking using the lower method. So we saw uppercase to move everything to uppercase, and we can also use lower to move everything to lowercase. Hey JD, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. So in this case, we set up a string. It's got mixed case. We want to see if it starts with an H, but it's false because H is lowercase. So we can reassign it and say, all right, call the lower method, convert everything to lowercase, and then look for the H again. Now it's true. Yeah, exactly. Dan says trimming white space is so common. They've got it built in as middleware in Laravel. It trims incoming fields. Yeah. Until you actually start working with like user entered strings, you don't realize how often white space is a problem. It's something that we encounter a lot. I encounter a lot in the data that I work with in my day job is, people putting extra line returns, people putting weird spaces, even people sometimes using non-breaking spaces. So Google that at some point. If you've never heard of what I'm talking about, but Google what non-breaking spaces are. They're a nightmare. Essentially, it's an invisible space that you with the naked eye can't see, but it's essentially a special character that's invisible. So very, very fun to try to figure out where those are and parse them out. So I'm thinking that Python could be very helpful in that case. For example, finding all of the non-breaking spaces in a file and stripping them out. Oh yeah, Dan, I've had to battle every type of white space, carriage return, emoji, special character, Unicode nonsense at some point. Definitely. We have an entire before we process any file, any flat file that we ingest into our data warehouse at work, we have an entire like bash process that runs, and it's just basically a big massive file of every weird special character we've ever encountered, and it just does some like really brutal regex that just strips out any of those characters that it encounters. And it runs on like all of our flat files because we just got sick of it. We're just like, you know, if it ruins the way the text looks, doesn't matter. We're still going to strip it out and write it to the database. We don't have time to go through and try to surgically correct every special character to something that can live in our database. We're just like, nope, take a sledgehammer to it and strip them all out of there. If the customer doesn't like it, they can complain and we'll fix it. But they're going to have to tell us exactly, you know, how they want those characters to map, because we're not going to bother with it. Exactly. It's like purge the unclean. Yep. Because our ETL tool is set to Unicode UTF-8, and so if it ain't in that character set, it ain't coming into our data warehouse. Weird character. Well, you know, we can accept anything that's in the UTF-8 code set or code page. So if German characters are in there, then they're allowed in. If they're not, then they're not. Okay. Let's see. There's a string method called count that is similar to the function in the previous exercise. Read the documentation of this method at here. We were just there. I think I backed out of it. Write an invocation that counts the number of times the letter A occurs in banana. All right, let's look for count. Okay, so count, return the number of let me zoom in a little bit. Return the number of non-overlapping occurrences of substring sub. Okay, so that's the first argument. In the range start and end. Optional arguments start and end are interpreted as in slice notation. Okay. All right, so that should be pretty easy to invoke. I'll do it in the interpreter here. So they wanted, what word did they want? They wanted the word banana. Okay, so we'll take banana dot count, and then we're just looking for the word, or for the letter A. And the other two arguments were optional, so I'm just going to assume I can do this. Yay! And that works just perfectly fine. So look through the whole word banana and count the number of times A appears. Now, the optional arguments there were that we could have specified the start and the end locations that we wanted to search, which could be useful if you want to, you know, if you have some stuff you want to ignore. Maybe you're looking at like a web address and you want to ignore, you know, the HTTPS, right? So you'd count in, you know, a certain number of characters and then start looking at the web address from there, ignoring the standard notation like www or HTTPS. All right. Often, as we were just talking about, we want to look into a string and find a substring. So looking at a series of lines like this, if we want to pull out only the second half of the address, we can use the find method and string slicing. So we want to pull out the utc-ac.za and ignore these sections right here. Dan says we need the umlaut in English to spice things up. Yeah, you know, so get some accents in there, get some tildes, get some umlauts. Yeah, the standard English alphabet is very boring in that regard. You know, no fun accents or anything like that. Yeah. All right, position of the @ sign. This can be our starting point to extract this text. Yeah, nice. I see what you did there to spice things up. So find the position of the @ sign in the string, and then we find the position of the first space after the @ sign. These are kind of the boundaries of the section we want to remove. So we take in this value first. We find the @ sign. So that's the position or the index where the @ sign is. And then we want to find the space that's after, so that actually is this right here is actually the first space in the string. So at 31, oh, and actually, and also it's starting, actually, that's not the first space. This is the first space here. So data.find, look for a space starting at the @ sign onward. So it's essentially it's going to identify the first space after the @ sign. And then the value of the host is the value starting at the @ sign plus 1. So starting here and then going to up to the space right here. So it's going to return the substring starting here and then ending prior to the space. Or sorry, starting here at the value of u and then ending prior to the space. And then we print that value and that's what we get. Cartafari says, Norreal says, no, we don't put access, but we change the sound at will. We absolutely do. Yeah. We just make you guess. So we don't do things like accents or umlauts. We just spell it the same way and then, yeah, make you guess how you're supposed to pronounce it. Exactly. Also want some B's, special B's. Yeah. Yeah, and as Katavari said, we have words with the exact same spelling and or pronunciation with completely different meanings. Like the word B-O-W. It could be bow. It could be bow as in hair bow. It could be bow as in archery bow. It could be bow as in to bend. It could be bow as in to bow in like at the waist to respect somebody. It could be bow as in the front of a ship. It could be bow as in like a dog barking. Yeah, so just like something like just the word B-O-W can have like 6 different meanings and 2 completely different pronunciations depending on the context. Xe says, I hate regex, but that example screams it. Yeah. And that's a great point. Regex and Python actually go together really well because Python is a way you can get very, very specific about what you're looking for in a particular string. And I'm with you, X. I am not a fan of regex, certainly, but I believe it's very useful. I just don't really waste my brain space memorizing it. If I need to build a regex expression, I'll just use an online tool to say, all right, this is what I'm trying to do, and then have the tool tell me, what regex to use to do it. Yeah, close and close. Yeah, close. Yeah, there's so many words like that. JD says, would you consider learning C++? I mean, I'd consider learning anything if I have a use case for it. So my philosophy of learning like a new stack or a new language is, am I going to be able to use it for something? Do I need it for something? If so, then I'll absolutely learn it. Like I'm learning Python because it's going to be really useful for my day job. So it's more of, okay, do I need it for something? Sure, then I'll learn it. Euler says, do you know about the OSSU curriculum repository? No, I don't. What is that? So we can use the find method to specify a position in the string where we want find to start looking. And then we do the slice method of starting at the particular index and then ending one before the index we specify. Now, next, we'll have something we're actually familiar with as well. At first, it looks a little foreign, but it is something we already know. Formatted string literals, or f-strings, allow Python expressions to be used within string literals. This is often accomplished by prepending an f to the string literal and enclosing the expression in curly braces. So, for example, we set the variable of camels equal to 42, and then when we print it, it prints as a string. As a better example, we say, all right, camels equals 42, and then we say f, I have spotted camels, referring to our camels variable, and then camels. So what that prints out as, I have spotted 42 camels. Now, what does this look like? What does this look like in terms of JavaScript? What does this look like if we were thinking about JavaScript? We've seen this something similar to this before, right? Embedding a variable or something other, raw JavaScript inside of a string, right? Yeah, it's a template literal. So it's just a slightly different syntax and a slightly different name, but it's a template literal. You're putting a JavaScript variable directly into the body of a string. And when it prints out, then it prints the variable as a string within the larger string around it. Yep. So in this case, here's an example of a template literal with multiple variables embedded into it. So very useful, just like it is in JavaScript. Obviously, you can also do, saying F strings is way more fun than saying template literals. Yeah, F strings. Yep. That is pretty fun. I'll probably still call them template literals accidentally because I have way too many languages floating around in my head now, but I will try to refer to them as F strings just for the fun value. All right, so debugging. A skill that you should cultivate as you program is always asking yourself, what could go wrong? Or, what crazy thing might our user do to crash our seemingly perfect program? And this question is something you should always be asking yourself. How will the user break my code? Because they can and they will. That's why UAT and QA is a whole career. Like, people can make their entire careers out of just doing QA testing on code. No matter how many contingencies you think you've covered with your code, the user will figure out a way to completely get around them and make everything explode. Hey, KP, good to see you. But yes, this should always be something you think about when you're building your code and when you're testing your code. You should try to break your own code whenever possible because, by golly, the users are going to figure out a way to do it anyway. So in this case, in this particular piece of code here, we're checking to see, this is what we did earlier. Oh, I am Berto, Toymaker, ending with Ali, Downing L Sam. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Good to have you here. Oh my goodness, we're getting a raid. Hello. Ending with Ali, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, raiders. How we doing? Yeehaw, indeed. What were y'all working on today? Oh, yeah, go eat dinner. Go do it. What were y'all working on today? You co-working. Oh, that's fun. Thank you so much, Ollie. Ollie says, tell my stream I'll be live tomorrow at 8 a.m. Okay, you hear that, Raiders? They're going to be live tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're going to give them a quick shout out. Ending with Ollie. See if that works. There you go. All right, go give them a follow if you have time. Bye, Ollie. Good to have you here. Raiders, hope you all are doing well. We are learning Python. Thank you so much for the follow, Exeliqua. Thank you so much. But yeah, we're just going through a free Python course. It's really great, learning Python start to finish. So feel free to join us if you would like. But in this particular program that we looked at earlier, and we ran this a few times, what happens if the user enters nothing? It's specifically looking for a value at index 0, right? It's checking for some specific things. But if they don't enter anything, then there's nothing to check at index 0. And so we're going to get an error, index out of range. And so, you would need to make sure you wrap that with maybe a try except, or you could just do additional checks to say, hey, if the length of the line they enter is greater than 0 and the value at index 0 is an octothorpe, then do this. So you might need to have additional checks just to be safe. All right. Now we have reached the exercises. However, what I'd like to do is save these for next week. We're gonna do the exercises. I think there should be an auto grader for this. Let's take a look really quickly. Yep, we're gonna do the auto grader. So if you want to read ahead, you absolutely can. We're going to write code using find and string slicing to extract the number at the end of the line below. So we're going to take this string and we want to extract this number right here. We're going to convert the number to an actual like float and print it. So we're going to use find and string slicing to do that. And that's what we're going to do next week to see how much we remember about all these string methods that we've learned. Thank you for the follow, Nano Fury. Good to have you here. Alrighty, so we're going to end the actual content here. But as always, at the end of these streams, I like to have a little bit of time to just talk about whatever. So we'll plan to do that until probably the top of the hour here coming up. So about 25 minutes, we'll just kind of do some chatting, and then at the end we are going to do a raid. Jack of Trades, I'm not quite, what are you asking there? I'm not quite sure. And I'm not quite sure what Matthias, what you were asking either. I apologize. Feel free to ask again. I don't fully understand the question. We're going to get there, Dan, I promise. If we look at the lesson list, we're getting to lists. So list is lesson 9. We just finished lesson 7. So we're going to learn about files and then we'll get to lists, I promise. Oh, advent of code. Okay. Yeah, it depends how long it takes us to get through Python. Because the goal here is we're going to finish the entire Python course. So we're on lesson 7. We just finished lesson 7. And we've got, quite a bit to go here. So I don't know if we'll get through it in time for, advent of code or not, but we'll see. Dan's very excited about lists. Well, I don't know if we'll get to it next week or the week after, but we're pretty close. Null said, what's sad with multiple languages is that you can generally read code and understand it, but trying to jump in and start writing code in a new language can humble you quickly. Yeah, and that's absolutely true. You can, generally read a piece of code that's written in a language you've never used and, understand in a basic way what it's doing, but yeah, actually writing it can lead to a lot of pitfalls in terms of syntax. So yeah, definitely true. But what's nice is, you can kind of start out with a general gist. If you already, can read the code and understand it, then you can kind of say, all right, I'm trying to get here. Like I want to do a loop and then I want to do this and this and this. And you might just have to kind of bash the syntax around a little bit until you actually get there. That's kind of how I learned C#, because I was starting from a perspective of something written in Visual Basic. And then I was like, okay, how do I convert this to C#? And so it's like, okay, I think it's probably this. And then I'd get errors. And then I'd, Google or this was really before kind of ChatGPT, but kind of in the early days of ChatGPT. So I could be like, okay, what did I do wrong with this statement? How did I mess it up? And looking through documentation and stuff like that. So it just takes a while. It's definitely slower than you would like when you're learning a new language to get your head around the syntax, certainly. KP says, so starting which of 100 devs class do we start writing apps? I don't remember. I think it's about, it's start when you start getting to APIs, then you're starting to build like full stack applications. But in 100 devs, you can start building static sites right away as soon as you start learning HTML. But like if you're talking about full stack applications, that's maybe like a third of the way through, halfway through, maybe. I don't remember the specific class. KP says, how do you advise on feeling comfortable speaking about your code to get ready for live coding interviews? So are you talking about like technical interviews when you're being asked to do a coding problem, like a coding challenge? Or are you talking about your own portfolio and the things you've already built? So which one of those are you referring to? Because the answer is maybe slightly different for depending on what you're asking. Null says Google programming. Oh, absolutely. I Google all the time. Yeah, I would love to join one again, Matthias, certainly. And next time it suits my schedule, I hope I can get in there again. KP says, is it a good or bad idea to have friends as the first few clients? I assume you're talking about freelance clients. So it can be good if you have people who want to use your services, that's great. But something you have to be very careful about when you're working with friends is write out a very clear contract. So when dealing with friends, it can be very tempting to kind of have like handshake agreements and be like, "Oh yeah, that'll be fine," or "Oh yeah, I know you'll pay me when you get the chance," or we can work out the exact fees later. I know you're good for it. It can be very tempting to kind of leave things uncertain. And that is the type of thing that can end friendships. Because then, somebody tries to take advantage of the other person, or things fall apart, or the friend tries to get more out of you than you initially agreed upon. And then it becomes a he said type of situation where neither of you can agree on what you initially agreed on. And then it becomes an argument. And so if you're working with friends or family, you need to be very careful that everything is spelled out to the letter beforehand, including fees, exactly what features you're going to be building. Have a written contract that you have both signed that contains all the details of exactly what you're building for your friends. Once you have that and everything is paid, and have them pay, whatever percentage up front, have them pay you something up front. Because sometimes friends can take advantage of other friends by saying, "Oh yeah, I'll pay you later, man. I can pay you. It's all good, man." And then they never pay you. So even if they're your best friend forever, you want to preserve that friendship. Make sure that you get a detailed contract written out. Make sure that they pay you something up front, and then they pay you the rest when you're done. But with friends, you have to be often even more careful than you would with a random client. So feel free to work with your friends, but make sure that everything is spelled out beforehand. Of course, no worries. Good to have you here. KP is speaking about your code. Oh, okay, so you're more talking about speaking through your code in like a coding challenge type situation. Yeah. So how you can do that is using the PREP method, PREP. And we've actually done that a few times here on stream. So if you look at pretty much any of my Code Wars streams from my YouTube archive, you'll see me using this method when I talk through the Code Wars problems that we do. And PREP stands for, what does it stand for, chat? What does PREP stand for? PREP in coding interviews. Chat knows what it is. Yeah, you can send me the schedule, Matthias. That's fine. Come on, chat. You know what PREP stands for. Not perseverance and righteousness, although those are lovely qualities to have. Yeah, so parameters, returns, examples, and pseudocode. So when you're talking through a coding challenge problem, you want to make it into a conversation with the interviewer. So with the interviewer, you want to clarify, okay, what are the parameters? What are the inputs to the problem? What are the inputs? Could they be strings? Are they numbers? Could they be nulls? What exactly is going into this problem? And then the second is returns. Okay, what is going in? Now what is coming out? What do you expect? Should it be formatted as a number? Should it be a string? How many values do you want? Like what exactly are you wanting out of this problem? And then once you have the inputs and the outputs, that's when you maybe run through a few examples. You might say, okay, so if you give me the word banana as an input, that means you're wanting the count of all the letter A's in the word banana. So in that case, the answer would be 3, right? And they say, yeah, that's exactly right. We want that to be, okay, so what's the count of A's in banana? It's 3. And then you might say, okay, well, as another example, what about the word Annapolis? Because that's a place and it starts with an uppercase A. So if you pass in the word Annapolis and a lowercase a, will the answer be 1 because there's one lowercase a? Or are you not worried about case? So the answer would be 2, the first A and the second A. So that's the kind of conversation you would have with the interviewer to make sure that you're understanding the problem. So once you've worked through a few examples and they've clarified exactly what they want from you, that's when we move to the last step, which is pseudocode. And what pseudocode is you not just sitting down and writing code silently, but strategizing how you're going to approach the problem. So in the example that I just gave, if they say, oh, well, if I pass in the word Annapolis and the letter A, I want to see the output that I want to see is 2. I want to count all the A's in the word Annapolis regardless of case. So in that case, for the pseudocode portion, you might say, okay, well, if I were to work through this problem kind of conceptually, I would need to, before I actually do the count of the letters A, I would want to do a lowercase conversion on the input string to convert all the letters to lowercase. So I can use the built-in lower method to do that. So I would call the lower method, pass in the string to that, and then after that, I can use the count method to count the number of A's in there and then use that as my return value. So put it in a variable and then use it as my return value. So I didn't write any code there. I just strategized about the types of methods and the process that I would use to approach the problem. Hi, Frumpins. Welcome to the string. And so pseudocode is not meant to be the final answer. It's meant to be your conceptualization of your approach. Now, why do we bother with that? Why don't we just sit down and, as soon as you hear the question, just sit down and write all the code silently? Because that's not why they're asking you the question. The interviewer really doesn't care about the code itself. They care about how you approach the problem. Can you communicate well? Do you understand why certain methods are used? Or did you just memorize the answer? They don't want you to just memorize the answer. They want you to fully understand why you're using the methods you're using, that you're able to communicate your thoughts effectively to the interviewer, because that's going to guarantee how you communicate with your team. And then they also want to know, can you hold a conversation and can you comprehend what you're being asked, right? Because any good developer, when they get a request that is unclear, any good developer is going to ask questions to clarify that request, to make sure that the code they generate is as accurate as possible to what the customer actually wants. So the interviewer wants you to ask questions. They want you to clarify. They want you to get the parameters as close to right as you possibly can on the first try. And also, as a secondary benefit, you going through this method with the interviewer might ensure that even if you don't get the right answer to the coding challenge, you still get through to the next round, because the interviewer likes your approach. They understand why you did it the way you did. And so even if you don't get the right answer, maybe you still use the right methods and you have the right idea. And the interviewer is like, yeah, they were so close. They were on track. They just messed up one variable here. And that's the only reason why they didn't get the right answer. So we're still going to pass them through to the next round. Versus if you had just sat down and wrote the code silently, they don't know why you did it the way you did. And they're going to be like, yeah, they didn't get it right. And I have nothing else to go on. So talking it through with the interviewer, use the PREP, parameters, returns, examples, and pseudocode, use the prep method, and that'll, give you that kind of safety net in your interview. Frumman says, what encoding is the string? And yeah, those are the types of questions that you could ask the interviewer as you're going through the question. I yell my questions. Give me the project requirements, damn it. Yeah. Sometimes I want to do that, Dan, but unfortunately, I have to keep good relationships with my customers, so I can't yell at them. I like my customers. They're nice people. And one of the main something that a lot of people don't think about is the main goal of a good developer should be to have the ability to translate business needs into technical specifications and technical code, right? The customer, the business user shouldn't be expected to understand the reasons and the whys and the methods that the developer uses to accomplish the task. The customer should understand the business requirements and be able to articulate those, and then the developer has to do the translation, because we know the technical details. We don't know their business. We shouldn't know or care why they're asking for these things, but we should know how to translate those needs into technical output. And so a lot of being a good developer has to do with that translation. And again, that is why you need to approach the coding interview like a conversation. It's not like a test in college where you sit down and you have to be quiet and you scribble your answer. It should be a conversation like you're talking with a customer, making sure that you fully understand the business requirements before you build something for that customer, because that's how work actually gets done. Mine, Codifier says, mine wolf up here giving out our secrets. Yeah. We've all had frustrating customers before, and you just gotta learn to roll with the frustration, learn how to deal with them, and then, give them the best possible output that you can. Because the secret is that if you have a difficult customer and you learn how to like figure out what they want and give them good product, then sometimes they become a less difficult customer, and they start to like you, and they become easier to work with, and it becomes a better relationship. So, like at work in my role, I'm in a situation where our customer base is very static. We work with internal customers, and we work with, the same 5 or 6 people every single time. And so we have to have, it's not like we can dump a customer and move on. We have to work with these people. And so we have to have those good relationships with everyone we work with, because they're not going anywhere. They're internal to the business. So, we have to learn how to work with a variety of different personalities and knowledge levels and technical skill. We have some customers who are, who know how to code, and they're, writing their own SQL statements, and they just kind of give us the SQL, and they're like, okay, build this. And we're like, great. And we go build it. And then some customers come to us and be like, I don't even know exactly what I want, but I want it to look like this. And, they give us a little, a drawing of a tree, right? So, you've got a variety of levels of competency in terms of technical skill, but either way, you got to make it work. Yeah. And as Dan said, there's always a world where you have no customers, and that's even worse. So keep the ones you have, and learn how to establish those relationships. One of the kind of the things that not everybody acknowledges about being a developer is that people skills are a big part of it. Um, you have to be able to work well with your internal team, and you have to be able to work well with your customers. Now, not every role is customer facing, I'll admit that, but having good people skills is still helpful when working with your team internally and making sure you have good relationships with them. So there's really no way to get around people skills and being able to have a polite conversation with someone, and communicate effectively with them. So out of all the skills you could have, those are the skills you should work on and practice. Yeah, Matthias, we can do it. Haven't we done a coffee chat before at some point? We can do another one sometime. Might be, if you're okay, Matthias, it might be in January if that's all right. My schedule's getting kind of full for the rest of the year here, but I should be wide open in January. But yeah, I do coffee chats. I have a calendar. I have a Calendly I can share out if people are interested in working on their people skills and coffee chat skills with someone. I'm happy to do that. Beaver, hello. You are a do you work? I'm thinking in terms of um like Beaver Builder, or what do you work with? You work as a beaver? Okay. Professionally. Cool. That is a very I'm imagining a literal beaver chopping down trees with their teeth, and if that's you, I'm highly impressed. Ah, it's logic. Oh, logic. Haha. Oh, that's pretty good. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, a professional beaver. All right, folks. We got about 5 minutes left. Feel free to ask any last questions or any last topics you'd like to bring up. We've had some really good questions so far, as always. I'm going to hydrate real quick. Stay tuned in Frumpins. Thank you so much for the follows, folks. Good to have you here. All right. Well, while you're thinking of any last questions, I'm going to find someone to raid. As always, if you have anybody who's live right now, no, of course, Matthias, no worries. If you have anybody that's live right now, particularly in the software and game dev space, feel free to shout them out here and we can maybe give them a raid. No, no worries, KP. Those are good questions to ask. Dan says, have you ever used pandas or NumPy in Python yet? I have. Not in this course. I've actually used it in, what did I use it for? I've used it for something else in the past. I actually have tried to learn Python once before. But because I didn't use it, you use it or lose it, right? We talked about that before. How people actually learn is you have to repeat stuff, you have to apply it. I learned a little bit of Python a while ago and I didn't use it and I lost it. So I have used NumPy and pandas before, but not to any useful degree. Beaver says, why do you have the parameter reassigned in lettercount.py? Yeah, so this is really just, we didn't have to do this. This isn't necessary. We could have just passed the parameter straight in. This was just essentially modifying some existing code that was in the example of the course. And so I was kind of keeping it, making sure it had the same structure as the example. And just adding like a function definition and some parameters. But yes, correct. This is unnecessary. And if we were refactoring this, that would be something we could remove because the parameter could just be passed straight in and it doesn't have to be reassigned. But yeah, I was just matching the structure of some existing code is all. But yeah, that's a great question, Beaver. KP says, I'm just worried about missing the next good wave for tech jobs. And I'm still on an early class. So the way I think about it, KP, is like the tech industry is a roller coaster, and roller coasters go up and then they go down, but then they go back up again. So it's one of those things that it goes in cycles. And if you're diligent about networking and making connections, making friends in the tech industry, then you're not going to be as affected by those downturns as you would be if you didn't have a network. So even if you're on an early class right now, you can start making friends. You can start reaching out to people on LinkedIn, on Twitter, at companies in your area. You can start getting clients, that type of thing. You can start at any point. There's no threshold for, making friends. You can go to tech meetups right now. Nobody's going to laugh at you or anything like that. It's, the industry is open to anyone, and especially if you're talking to other professionals, everybody's going to want to mentor you, coach you, tell you about themselves, tell you how they got to where they are. So you can start right now building that network that's going to eventually get you a job. Dan says they were pretty useful for data cleanup. Didn't know they were used much in ETL. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. Oh, pandas and NumPy. Oh, yeah. I actually, the first time I learned Python was back when I was a data analyst. So it was much more useful then. And I was trying to use it for data analytics, and then again, I just didn't follow through on it. So yeah, that was more of my career at the time. Pandas and NumPy were more useful for the type of thing I was doing then. But again, I didn't use it. I learned it and then I lost it because I didn't ever apply what I learned. And I didn't really understand it either, to be honest. Um, I just didn't have the same level of comprehension that I do now. Yeah, Matisse was fun, definitely. Frumpen says, what's the benefit of Python over other object-oriented programming languages? That's like C++. Yeah, I mean, Python is nice because it's so accessible. And it is really geared. It depends on what you want to do, right? What's the right tool for the job? What are you trying to accomplish? In my case, I'm trying to apply advanced data cleaning and data analytics and data parsing to my day job as a data engineer. And Python has a ton of really wonderful built-in packages and libraries that are literally geared to do just that. Python is very strong in all the things I just mentioned. It's a language that's really geared toward data professionals, and so that's why for me Python is the right choice for what I'm trying to accomplish. But of course, the same. You can't use a hammer to accomplish every part of a construction project. Well, maybe you could, but it wouldn't turn out very well. And so it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, what the right language is for you. I would say that no language is inherently better than any other. Like what does the word better even mean, right? It all depends on what is your end goal and what is the best tool to accomplish that goal. In my case, for data, analytics, data science, data engineering, Python is my choice for this, for the kind of thing I'm trying to do. Oh, yeah, and thank you for sharing that link for the OSSU Computer Science. I will take a look at that. Yeah, and CS50 is a great course as well. It's maybe more rigorous than some of these other courses, but it is also free. So if you're interested in more of like a college type of experience, you can take CS50 from Harvard as well. KP said, I've met some friends who are in the tech field, but I haven't mentioned that I'm learning code and whatnot. Why not? Tell them. They might be able to help you or, teach you stuff or help you if you're struggling with a project. They might even be, good collaborators if you get a client. Be like, hey, work on this with me. I'll split profits with you. Something like that. Beaver says, programming's fun. It is. I'm glad you think programming is fun. I like it a lot. That's why I teach programming here on Twitch, because it's fun. Yeah, we're gonna be doing data visualization, databases. This is kind of where I'm trying to get to, by learning Python. I'm trying to get to this point, the databases and data visualization, and we'll be there for before too long. Stay tuned says, I'm learning with the Python programming 2024 course from the University of Helsinki. It's very good. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, and I always say the best course, people ask, what is the best course for this? What is the best course for that? The best course is the one that you stick with, the one that you don't abandon, the one that you start and you finish. Because that's how you learn. You do all the material, you do the work. And so the best course is the one that actually works for you and that you learn something and you go through it from start to finish and you apply what you learned. Yep. Preferably it's also free, but hey, that's not always the case. I have no idea the answer to that question, web developer. Good to see you though. KB says, I need to be more confident about it. Absolutely. If your friends are actually your friends, they're going to be excited that you're learning and want to get into the same field that they're in. And if they're not, if they're, if they tease you or if they're, weird about it for any reason, then they're not good friends, because good friends support their friends. And so if your friends are good friends, they'll support you, they'll help you out. They might even be able to connect you with some people or give you a leg up into your first, tech job. So your friends, if they're already in the tech field, they're going to be your best resource. They're going to be the ones that actually say, "Oh yeah, actually, my employer has a new junior dev role opening up. Let me see if I can give you a referral." Like, that's a good friend. Okay, yeah, we'll head over to Matisse Tech in a minute. Definitely. All right, folks. I'm gonna pull up the raid screen, but feel free to keep chatting. It ain't over till it's over. And it always takes me a minute to do this anyway. Alrighty. Let's see what we got here. So in terms of raids, what we like to do is we like to find smaller streamers. So folks in the same category that are similar or smaller size. Of course, KP. Yeah. And we like to give them a little boost and some positivity by coming in and hanging out on their stream. So let's see. We can search for Matisse Tech. Let's see what they're up to. Looks like Twitch Hackathon extension reviewed. Looks like they might just be playing Tetris. Which is fine. I would love to find somebody who is actually writing some code, though. I mean, Tetris is always great. But it would be awesome if we could find somebody who's actually writing some code. I do love me some Tetris. Don't get me wrong. Let's see. Raid. All right. And as always, if anybody has any recommendations, let me know. Ooh, learning Ember.js. Ooh, newcomers welcome. This one looks interesting. We can see what this person's up to. Let's see what they're doing. Do a little bit of learn a little bit of live learning of Ember.js, maybe. All right, let's check this person out. Let's show them some love. They're learning something new. We're learning something new. This seems like soulmates here. So we're gonna raid them. But next week we're gonna start to actually get into, okay, how do we really work with data using Python? So we're gonna talk about files. How do we open data files on your computer, read their contents, and analyze the contents of those files? So it's going to be a banger next week, folks. Getting into some stuff that I'm really interested in terms of how we can apply this to, real life, real business cases, real business needs, and yeah, work with some real data here. So really pumped for this one next week. And I will see you all next week at 3 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Remember the time change, folks. We are now an hour later for folks who are not on daylight savings time, an hour later, because daylight savings time is silly. But I will see you all next weekend. We're going to raid Crutchcorn here. As always, please show them the same positivity, the same respect that you show me. Show them that this is a cool community, and show them how awesome they are in whatever they're learning today. Give them some kudos and support. Alrighty, folks. Raid is starting now. Have a great weekend, everyone. Of course, Cocktail. Good to have you here. Rating in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. See you all next weekend. Bye-bye.